funny.
10 out of 10.
Welcome back, everybody,
Yay.
to Tabletop Notch. We are celebrating our 50th episode today.
Hey!
50 episodes.
Congratulations.
50 episodes, 4 levels.
You bastard. 4
I
levels.
just want stunning strike.
Yeah, well, you've been wanting that since.
We're very happy to be here for our 50th episode. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining us. It's been a long... This gets swelling a little bit. It's been a nice long journey to get to here, but we're thrilled that we're here sharing it with you and sort of celebrating privately on our own as well for making it this far.
Yeah.
We will be jumping in. Any announcements, things people want to say ahead of time?
Lord Simba hosted us as we were doing the countdown clock, so thank you and welcome. Thank you guys so much. Yay.
We saw that there was training the other day as well.
Happy Rosh Hashanah, first of all.
Okay.
Happy New
7
Year.
years.
And really quickly, happy Wife Appreciation Day.
Why are you looking at me for that?
Appreciate your
Appreciate
wife.
your wife.
And 3 really good ones, make it kind of hungry. It's National Fried Rice, Pepperoni Pizza, and String Cheese Day.
Imagine if you had all of that in one meal.
They all had to share a day.
I don't understand. Yeah, they all
And
shared
it's
it.
National Punch Day. Not sure if that's the physical or the drinkable.
That sounds
Guys,
like
we should all
It's up
try
for
to punch
interpretation.
one person.
It's up for interpretation,
Yeah.
but maybe we'll be throwing some
Orba does
punches
0 damage.
in a battle.
Shut up!
For National Punch Day, she does
0
1 day.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a big day. September 20th
Feel big and
is
strong.
flowing with holidays.
So, eat your fried pepperoni. What was the third thing? I don't know.
Cheese.
Fried
Pepperoni
String
pizza,
cheese.
string cheese, and
Fried rice?
fried rice.
That's so, what a combination.
Uncle
Who's
Ben's,
ever
Slim
having
Jim,
those
and Uncle fucking Papa John's.
Paying big
One
money.
after the other, pop them in.
Who's doing that?
So snap into a Slim Jim and enjoy tonight's episode
I
of A
gotta
Peek
see
Beneath the
that.
Veil.
Spicy
Let's
meat.
roll that intro and then we'll dive back in and
Yeah.
we'll see if we can make our way to Tuktu.
No, we
tonight.
will.
Okay.
We will.
Roll that intro. All right, everybody.
Love my outfit.
Okay.
This actually does.
In chapter 49, 2 bounties, 1 county. Beezaura took a clandestine meeting with 2 of the conspirators from the Scale House. Acting on behalf of Baron Thomas Pindle, this group had been tasked with getting a foot in the door for the Gentle Void in Mukmu, but their plans for kidnapping Marvin Bishop had gone awry when he disappeared from the Natural Studies Institute. In exchange for a leg up on her hunt for the Light Whistle Estate Club chess pieces, Beezaura gave them a tip for tracking Marvin down, and from there went to bed feeling a little more secure in her pursuits. Realizing it would be difficult at this point to wake up early enough to beat the construction crew, Erland and Safira paired up to investigate Micah Denholm's house. And while Safira's clumsiness drew the attention of some guards on duty, it gave Erland an opportunity to poke about unhindered. Through a hidden sliding door in the kitchen, a staircase led down to an unsettling artist's studio, where a dead body had been posed for a portrait. The findings were disturbing, but unfulfilling, and there was nothing to do but return to our respective rooms and rest in anticipation of our imminent departure from Mukmu. The following morning, the entire party made for the northeastern gate, save Safira, who was tracked down by a concerned Hazel, informing her that little Johnny had gotten stuck in one of the underground areas they'd been tasked with investigating. Safira rushed to the spot in question, expecting the worst, but found that the cellar had been converted into a sleeping quarters, dubbed Fort Derrick by the orphans, and affordable thanks to Safira's generous payment for the map of Mukden she'd commissioned.
Well.
Outside the city walls, we purchased horses and riding gear before Graven visited the community of the Langoliran, who we learned were in possession of a cursed ring that needed transport to Tuktu. Carrying the ring would come with significant side effects, but it was a good bit of pay for less than a day's work, so Graven agreed to bear its burden, and we saddled up with hopes of reaching the 4th Precinct sometime past midnight, barring any unforeseen delays. The road to the east was unusually calm, due to the lockdown diminishing trade along this route, and it was an uneventful ride up to the divide that gave us the option of whether to pass through the Chi'ikte woods or not. Remembering another active contract issued by the offices of the Broken Crown, we chose the forest road and kept our eyes out for any signs of a struggle or an ambush. Some tracks led us off the beaten path to a decrepit tree, where the caravan's missing chest was barely hidden out of plain sight, a sign that surely we would be picking a fight if we attempted to confiscate it. Erland used a climbing kit to quickly snag the box and sprint back toward the horses, but his speed was matched by some dryads of the forest who displayed their own tree-striding capabilities and wrestled the chest back to its resting spot. Deciding that we'd come too far to give up now, we dialed up the application of non-lethal force to disable the dryads, and narrowly avoided starting a fire when Orba incinerated a woad who had emerged to back up the woodland creatures. Shaking off the effects of the entangling vines and the fey charms, we got back to the road with Iron Chest in hand, resolving to think over whether we wanted to return it, given that it might contain something of greater value than the promised monetary reward. As the density of the forest lessened, we believed we'd soon be exiting the Chi'ikte woods, and we asked ourselves, which of the items contained inside the chest had magical properties that had drawn the ire of the dryads? How quickly after reaching Tuktu's 4th Precinct could we have the curse ring removed from Graven's hand? And would we be able to go anywhere stealthily at this point, while accompanied by the now ample jingling of Beezaura's coin purse?
I love that.
We find out now on Chapter 50 of A Peek Beneath the Veil.
50.
The lessening of the trees brings with it strong winds that send dry leaves scattering into the air, and a landscape that seems malleable the way the knee-high grasses off the main road are pushed around by the breeze. Those with hair are forced to spare a hand to keep it out of their face, and you look around to see cloaks being pulled tighter to stop them from flapping about in an unruly manner. Off to your right, a couple of horse-drawn wagons are making their way in the opposite direction, apparently favoring the safer, circuitous route around the Chi'ikte woods, knowing that at this point they're unlikely to emerge from the forest before nightfall. The fields stretch out before you, and the horses trot steadily on. Your rendezvous with Tuktu awaits. You have a moment here as you continue to ride down the road. To recap the amount of time, you guys left somewhere between 9 and 10 in the morning, and you've been traveling for about 8.5 hours.
Oh my gosh.
It leaves you about 6 or 7 hours to go.
Jeez.
I'm also assuming at this point, I believe you guys ate breakfast in Mukmu, but you have eaten lunch at some point. So if you guys are keeping track of your rations or whatever, you
We used 8 days worth of rations? Or?
no, you a third of a day's worth of rations.
haven't
Or if you want to keep
8
track of
days?
them.
We're gonna have.
You
guys
I
bought
just
a week's
mark
worth
it
of rations.
With 7 days of.
as having gone through a day once.
You actually bought like 21 rations.
Right.
You bought 7 one days worth of rations. So if it's easier to keep track of it, 20. So now you have 20.
Yes.
If you bought the weeks. I believe you all
that
bought
might be,
them.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I didn't actually do my cure wounds.
Oh, sure. Go ahead and do that.
I'm just gonna do that now.
Graven kind of leaned over, puts a hand on his chest.
Good start.
11.
Did you do good?
14. Pretty good. 14.
That's good. Good job.
Thank you.
And again, you haven't sort of stopped for a real rest at this point, but Graven's sort of feeling the effects of the ring, sort of siphoning away a little bit of his energy and essence. Takes a moment to heal himself while he's riding his horse. And I believe, Graven, you have the sort of chest
In
in
one of my
one of the large
saddlebags.
saddlebags.
Yeah.
Great, potentially.
Well, you all seemed very adamant on figuring out what it was in this chest. If we want to stop and take a moment, we can do that now.
Yeah, I think it's best that we know exactly what we're turning in. The Tiefling said she saw magic in the form of transmutation, so the chest or the jewelry could not be that at all. It could be something else.
I mean, it almost certainly isn't, what it appears to be, because otherwise why would they be guarding it as they were?
I don't know. It's important enough that somebody put out a high bounty for it.
If it's just a single piece of jewelry that is enchanted or magical or not a piece of jewelry at all, we could always take that, return the chest, and say that, and if anyone asks, we could say the Dryads, this is what we found, the Dryads took it.
I mean,
True.
Good enough excuse. There's no way to disprove that, really.
Might get less coin in return.
Depending on their connection to the item, we'd be turning into the broken crown.
I mean,
Exactly.
I think it's a relatively low risk,
Fine.
thievery if we wanted to do
We
it.
can take the time to rest here. I because of this ring I'm attuned to, I can't benefit from a rest, but take one if you want, and we can use that time.
All right.
Well, I was going to say, what if we're going to arrive in Tuktu quite late in the night? Are we actually going to turn the chest in as soon as we arrive? Because I could take the evening once we arrive in Tuktu to do it. That way I also can save some of my energy as well.
That sounds
Do
like
you
a
need
better
it
idea.
right now?
That's true if we want to keep traveling through the night, you mean?
Yeah. Just so we get to Tuktu and into a safe location as quickly as possible.
Sure. I mean,
Yes, I have to go straight to.
Well, sure, you need to get your...
Honestly, I think it might be
Office.
better to, rather than stopping on the road, to get to Tuktu, just because, I mean, if you're
Yes.
in a compromised state, we want to make sure we get you out of that as soon as possible, so we're back in, fighting shape, right?
this part after the forest is well populated enough that, it's unlikely that we would run into any sort of severe... these are well-traveled roads.
They're definitely They're certainly, as you've seen already, less well-traveled than you would anticipate for such a main road, but with the lockdown. But yes, already, like I said, you saw a carriage going up. So it will not be out of the ordinary for people to be passing by you. Yes,
Right. So in theory, this is a relatively safe place to travel compared to many of the other places we do.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll find a way to.
Sure. Yeah.
You hear an explosion.
I say we go with Orba's idea and keep on moving.
I do need a rest, but this seems safe.
I think we'll be
If
all
another
right
combat
on the road,
happens,
yeah.
it might be a little tricky, but...
All right.
Okay, well, onward.
Let's keep going.
I should mention that when I was looking into McDonough's, I found that he, I believe I only told Safira this.
Oh, yeah.
We did break in, didn't steal anything. He
Whatever Josco thinks is in his basement, or well, actually, we know it.
Either Josco was having a laugh, or he was trying to let us know, because Micah Denholm paints dead people. He had an artist studio in his basement, and there was a corpse dressed up and posed, and he was painting it. I alerted the authorities sort of subtly.
If nothing else, what I thought was, the Beezaura, I mean, the information might be most useful to you. If anyone, I mean, you could certainly blackmail him with that. No?
What do I need to blackmail Michael Denham for?
Doesn't
I don't
like
know.
Halflings.
He
Doesn't
has
even know
quite
his
a bit
name
of...
is correct.
I blended them together by acting like Michael.
I know you obviously read that particular note from Josco verbatim. Did he tell you anything else about Micah Denholm?
No, Erland.
I think if you ask her that one more
You've
time, she's going to
asked
slap
me
you in the face.
several times, and
Yes,
I've told
and
you no.
He's, believe me,
you already
I've heard
with-
it from him. He's baffled. He's completely at his wits' end.
I
but
am
that's the only
baffled.
thing.
I don't understand, Erland. I read you the note. Clearly, it was to divert your attention over there while I had the book.
It's weird
That's
that he
it.
wanted
I was
us
honest
to
with
know
you.
that information.
Does that seem true?
Give me an insight check.
This is never gonna end.
As far as you can tell, yes.
Yeah.
Everything you're saying.
Is this a practice that any of you have seen before? Is this something that people have
I mean, I'm sure that some sickos do this. Yeah, I'd never actually seen it before, but it's certainly bizarre. And I mean, clearly it's a secret. So
I mean, his name was on that list that you two found. You know, perhaps he was caught doing this prior and has been bribing his way into the Sun District. I made a lot of noise and left the door open so that guards would find the dead body. You know, I hope that he gets some sort of comeuppance.
I mean,
I wasn't seen, to be clear.
Did you recognize the body?
I did not recognize him. I know it was a relatively nude. It was a rotting dead body, and it seemed that he was dressed up with new, as in the armor and crown and sword he was wearing did not seem to be his own. It seemed to be strategically posed.
gross. It's gross.
2 dead bodies in one night. I'm glad we left that city.
What's that?
The bottom of the well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
What's this?
There is a dead body at the bottom of that well.
Another dead body.
A different dead body.
Separate dead body, yeah.
Well, it's a good thing we didn't go down there. We also stopped by the well.
This is a spooky place.
Must have just missed you.
It wasn't fun,
No.
I have to say.
No, well,
Did you find out anything about the Gentle Void moving into Mukmu? The Baron sort of making a play.
Yes, that's all basically I know, and they told me that there's others trying to get chess pieces for him as well. So I better hurry.
But I said she's doing a pretty good job because she's got like 4 now.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I asked if they had heard of me and said I may have sounded familiar, but there's quite a few of us. So
Are they making a play on just Mukmu or...
as
Do we
far
know
as-
if the Gentle Void has presence in Tuktu? Did we ever...
You
yeah, we
definitely.
do.
They do.
Yes, that's
yeah.
probably.
Yeah,
maybe they're
they
big.
do.
Okay.
Yeah, they have a lot.
So we know that Chupa and Tuktu seem to be within the grasp of the Gentle Void, but does it seem like they're making a concerted effort to push out the Lemonade Man?
I know, all I can tell is that the Baron really wants to make a move in there. And he's always very adamant
And are
about
they-
his moves.
Is Marvin Bishop's life in danger?
I'm not
well, I
entirely
mean,
sure.
yes.
Well,
I think
yes,
we-
but like, are
yes.
they...
I mean, it is
they
in other ways, but I don't know much information regarding this with him.
I mean, we've done what we can for Marvin Bishop. We've sent a word to Polnick, and hopefully he gets there before anyone else does. I mean, that's the most we can hope for.
I'd be
While
curious
we're
who
having
makes
this
the lemon.
conversation, I'm going to pull out the book and just take another look. I'm going to ask you that every 10 to 15 minutes.
I never.
That's like
I don't think that that's unreasonable. So you're
Not weighing in.
You can just have it. You don't even have to say it. You can just be like, and I'll know.
Paige.
You were saying?
Oh, what I was going to say was, I wonder who is going to make the Lemonade Man more angry, the Gentle Void or the Radiarian Elves. Because I'm pretty sure they're probably going to want to upset that man in some way.
Or us.
Oh, yes, because he promised all of this money to them and we're not going to give it.
What did you promise
forgot
the
about
Radiarian
that.
Elves? I forgot about what.
Oh, I said I would give them money, I think.
Somewhere in the region of 250 gold, I believe.
It was an unreasonable amount.
50 gold!
Well, we're not in Mukmu anymore, so it worked out perfectly.
Not Moo anymore! That's
What?
your excuse?
We're not there anymore. They'll probably kill each
so
other.
now
We're fine.
so now we're $250 in debt to a group of no magic people?
A debt doesn't matter if you don't see them again.
What, you think we're never going to see them again with our luck?
Maybe they have no reason. They're fighting They're fighting over property in Mukmu. I'd like to never go back to Mukmu ever again.
What I'm curious about is all these people that the Baron's got chasing chess pieces. What is it about the Light Whistle Estate Club? Why is he so? I mean, really?
It's a very prestigious club.
Very
Well, no.
powerful clubs,
But
yeah.
he's a very prestigious club that he's clearly trying very hard to get into, while he's also, trying to, I guess, murder Marvin. I mean, clearly they have something to do with this. That's all I'm saying. My theory makes no sense. It's fine.
You're right.
I just think it's significant. Is all. I mean, I think what I am trying to say is I think they enter into our investigation of this clearly. they're involved.
Sure,
in some
because the
capacity.
Malafairs and the Light Whistles are super close buddies, and, you know, the Malafairs are funding the Magnet camp.
Yeah.
And the Gentle Void. It seems like the Lemonade Man is weirdly an independent evil, whereas everybody else that we've had problems with
how's he
is all
managed
working
to
together.
remain independent for as long as he has?
Aren't you?
Because he's... What?
Aren't you wanted by the Gentle Void?
Yes.
And yet they're perfectly happy to have some sort of parley with you in an inn?
They were associated with the Gentle Void. They know I'm trying to help the Baron, so...
So are you working for the Gentle Void, or are you wanted by the Gentle Void? Or do they not even know?
Well, I think she's working. I think she's working her way out of being wanted by the Gentle Void. Am I wrong?
Exactly.
Goodness, be careful, Halfling.
Trying my best, Erland.
I mean, the whole point, was
Yeah,
a stay
so-
of execution, basically. I mean, that he doesn't send people after her as long as she helps him find the chest.
Exactly. So, it's a convoluted plan. Just trying to get out of it, okay?
Well, we all have a good idea of what we're going to do once we get to Tuktu, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Perhaps nothing. Again, we're not going to spend too much time there.
We said that when we were going into Mukmu, and look at all the trouble
Which
we
is
did.
why I'm reiterating now. This is a
I
quick
don't believe
jaunt
To be fair
into
to her,
Tuktu.
your quick jaunt into Mukmu did involve breaking and entering, so I do think that your high horse...
I did it quickly.
Okay.
At least there's only one area we can really go to.
That's true.
I'm not saying don't cause trouble. I'm saying do it quickly.
Quick trouble.
Okay, cause trouble quickly then. Yeah, that's the moral of
2
the story.
days maximum, and then we move north.
2 days.
That's what we said when we were leaving.
I feel like 2 days is a long time.
Maximum. Maximum.
All right, that sounds good.
Well, unless anybody else required my assistance, I was mainly going to spend time learning some spells. Which I believe is pretty quiet.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Well, you guys know what I want to do, so...
Good luck doing it.
Oh yeah, I'll probably need it.
You guys ride on. Horses along the path. 2 more hours pass.
Okay.
And Graven keels over.
No.
And while riding along, you spot a carriage coming in the opposite direction toward you. It's pulled by a pair of sturdy draft horses. There's 2 elves on the driver's bench, and perhaps a couple more in the cabin of the carriage. It's hard to tell exactly how many. And as they get closer, you can see that they're definitely clad in armor, mostly leather, but one of the front elves has a chainmail shirt. And there's a small cache of weapons fashioned to the carriage in a couple of spots. A pair of bows, a couple of swords and scabbards, a spear. They seem to be kind of jovially chatting amongst each other. They don't pay you much mind until kind of just about they're about to pass you. At which point one of the elves just kind of looks over and nods politely in acknowledgement as you're passing. And he gives you guys kind of a look up and down a little bit. And he kind of sees your armor and your weapons. And he waves to you. Who's riding in front there?
I would have said me.
Okay, great.
okay.
Great. Sort of
Not
riding
me.
in front there. Hello there.
Yes.
I see that you're armed, all of you. You wouldn't happen to be coming from the Cheektail Woods, would you?
What of it?
Well, there was a bounty for Broken Crown there. You weren't bounty hunting, were you?
We took the quicker way through the woods, it's true.
No need to get so defensive. As you can see, we were on our way to collect this bounty. We're armed, we're armored. I was just wondering if we'd be wasting our time if we were to head into the woods.
Does that seem like a veiled threat in any way?
Make an insight check.
Nat 20.
Nat 20. You don't get a sense of threatening. That isn't the kind of... You do get a sense that, their interest in whether or not you were sort of interested in the contract is... They are seeing that as a possible threat to their business or they were clearly very interested in this contract, and they're not necessarily threatening you, but they want to know sort of where their money's
So
at.
it doesn't seem like a holdup.
No, you're definitely not sort of getting that impression at the moment.
Don't you?
I guess not.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Swear
kidding.
to God! Oh my God!
He gets on his horse and moves 3 times.
Good time. Yes, you would be wasting your time.
And he kind of looks. He kind of says something back into the cabin to some of the other people. You know, this isn't actually the first time that we set off for this contract. We went into the woods before, a couple of days ago. Took a good licking. We retreated. But we did kill ourselves a couple of dryads as we made our attempt. You might say that we loosened the lid, as it were. You don't think maybe that entitles us to a little bit of the contract?
The lid was pretty tight as we experienced it.
Yeah, in fact, so tight that we had a woodwode that nearly knocked my fucking head off. So no, I'm not particularly keen on giving you any of our winnings.
Well, if you barely escaped with your lives, a couple of extra dryads might have tipped the scales in their favor, no?
Did you fight the woodwode at all?
I don't believe so.
The dryads weren't the problem.
They're really
The dryads were dealt with fairly easily.
Dryads, actually, we managed to deal with, without killing them, actually. They're all unconscious and still, kicking.
All right. Anything good in the chest?
As advertised.
Couldn't tell you.
You didn't open it. Make a deception check. Yes.
We did.
Yeah, we
Oh,
did.
yeah, we did.
And it had exactly what it said it was going to have.
It's not a lie, if you believe it.
Deception, you said?
He's like, no,
Look
believe
at me
it.
go!
Believe it, Graven.
13.
He casts whole person.
That'd be awesome.
Is their armor identifiable as like something that we would recognize?
No, it doesn't
Or
seem like official in any way. Just
Okay.
sort of, yeah. It seems like a band of people gotten together to sort of
That's
work on
so
the contract.
funny.
And he seems like he's kind of biting his tongue a little bit. Well, I suppose you deserve it. Thanks anyway. Turn it around. We're turning around. And they sort of seem like they're kind of slowly working their way around.
Good luck.
In the opposite direction.
Are you from Tuktu?
Yeah,
From the 4th Precinct?
I am, yeah. She is as well. A couple of the others are from...
We heard of the city situation. How is it?
I don't know exactly what's going on in the inner districts, but it's bad enough that the lockdown's still in effect.
It is.
They haven't given you any news. There's been no one said when it might lift.
Well, they're hopeful within possibly by the end of the week. People are still sick and getting sick, so
In the 4th Precinct as well?
sometimes.
That's good news.
Have you yourselves experienced anything?
Well, then he kind of leans back and they all... Doesn't seem to be affecting everyone.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, you would just think in such a big city, it would travel fast.
I guess we don't know exactly how it's spreading, so
That's true.
if it's the water or the air, or we don't know.
Nobody's recovered.
I think some people have, yeah.
That's good.
It doesn't seem to be killing anyone, at least not directly. Some people who are already sick or injured got more sick. Again, they don't seem to think that it's lethal.
Well, that's a plus, I suppose.
Well, thanks for letting us not waste our time, I guess.
Yeah. Cheers.
Next time, my friend.
Yeah. And sort of, not angry, but with a little sort of distaste and bitterness. I mean, at this point, you're still 6-7 hours, so they've rode for 6 hours out here, and now they're sort of turning around.
That's a bitch, man.
And you guys ride past them, and the carriage is moving slower, so slowly you guys are sort of getting a little...
Oh, good. I didn't want to have to ride with these guys.
They're like right behind you.
Yeah, it's right there. Well, if you're going.
When you end a date and walk in the same direction.
Horrible.
And you guys continue to ride.
For how long?
3 hours pass.
Get us there, alright.
It's getting late at this point. 9-10 p.m. Darkness has kind of crept in. It's not fully dark, but still sort of getting into the true evening hours. And another thing that you see as you're moving along, and you've passed a couple of other caravans at this point that haven't really paid you much mind or simply seem to be traveling in the opposite direction. But you see a cart pulled over by the side of the road. And there's a stocky tiefling with a padded jacket kind of leaning on the wagon. And as he sees you guys coming, he seems to, with the sort of keen eye of his, identify that maybe you're not from Tuktu or not people that he recognizes. You can see him immediately sort of pick up his interest a little bit. And he sort of fluffs his jacket a bit and kind of wanders into the road. You visiting Tuktu?
Can we help you?
Yeah, perhaps. I can get you into one of the other districts. You want to get somewhere besides the 4th?
Not particularly.
I mean, isn't that where people are getting sick? You don't know anything about that. Where
People are getting sick everywhere.
That's not an answer.
No, I mean everywhere in the city, not everywhere in the world.
Okay. What, you're offering some kind of false passes? What are you offering?
I'm offering a way into the other districts.
Is it in your jacket there? What do you mean you're offering a way in?
No, I work with some of the local medics. We move supplies between the districts. Might be able to sneak you in.
Will you be here? Will you be here?
Will I be here when?
If we wanted to find you again.
If the occasion strikes us to want to enter one of the other districts.
I come out here in the evening if there's travelers moving along the road, but I can also be found in the 4th Precinct.
Where?
Close to the Broken Crown tent. There's a little medical tent set up there.
And where is the Broken Crown tent?
Well, it's on the lower road. If there's 2 roads heading into the 4th Precinct there. He describes, so the Broken Crown tent is number 9 there at the very bottom.
Got it.
And he's described, it's not one of the numbers, but he's saying basically right next to the Broken Crown tent.
What is your name?
Travis.
What kind of medicines are they bringing into the other districts?
Oh, whatever they need. Just stuff.
We have a lot of takers these days trying getting in.
Well, people have business in the other districts. When it's closed off, that's inconvenient.
What kind of business do you usually, help people out with?
Well, like I said, I move medical supplies between districts.
What are they treating for the nausea?
I think they're prescribing barley root for that.
Can I tell he's lying?
I think we all can tell that he's lying.
Pull it out of it.
Oh no!
Bottle.
No, we
But I
can't tell if
wanted
he's lying,
it.
can we?
9.
I mean, maybe.
God! Come on, dude.
Are you an expert on these materials?
Oh, well, I'm not a doctor or anything. I just move the supplies.
What sort of symptoms are people displaying?
Some barfing and such.
What's
a lot of
the-
barfing.
So predominantly nausea.
Yes, nausea. That's the word they use usually, yes.
Well,
Where do you work
you're truly
again?
seeing the expert, so...
Where exactly do you work again? For whom?
I work with a number of the local medics. Dr. Veto's one of them.
Can I
Oh,
see
yeah?
if that's true?
Make a
13.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, again,
He knows Veto's name.
Veto he's not a medic, but he works possibly with some of them.
If everything he says is a lie, nothing's a lie.
Oh my goodness. That's funny, because not even Dr. Veto himself can get back into the district that he wishes to get into.
It's interesting considering the fact that he's a co-worker, you think maybe you'd be able to cut him a deal.
Well, he's never asked me for a deal.
You've never proposed your services to him, you know, somewhere dark on the street on the way to Tuktu. You didn't wander across him and say, you know, maybe I can get you into a precinct?
Well, the people of Tuktu are more willing to wait it out. They have somewhere to stay.
He didn't
But
seem
travelers
willing to wait
coming
it out,
through,
How much do you charge for passage into one of the other districts?
200 a person.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Well, good day,
Wow.
sir. It's been a true Trevor. What was your name again? Trevor?
Travis.
Travis. Nice to meet you, Travis.
How long have you been doing this?
This part just since the lockdown, because people couldn't get in.
So you've made quite a business for yourself then, Travis. What are you doing with the extra gold?
Is that concern of yours, what I spend my money on?
Oh, just interested. I don't know. We're making conversation here, Travis.
I would like to buy a nice horse with it.
With so how many successful trips have you made? Because 200 gold per person, right? You could buy yourself, I don't know, 20 nice horses.
Well, I'd like a nice carriage as well.
Okay. Well, I hope you get that, Travis.
If our need does strike us to want to go to the other districts.
Then you should probably put a deposit down now, and then we can
I
take the
don't
rest
think
later.
That's necessary.
no. And Safira's like across
I
on her
wasn't
horse,
going
like.
Would you be able to strike a deal for more than 3 people to go in?
A group rate? We'll
Yes.
say 500 for 3.
Well, you really are the it's the bargain of the century, truly.
While they're talking with him more, can Orba just keep an eye on their surroundings, making sure nobody's like sneaking up on our horses or
perception.
anything? Okay.
Good call.
Yeah, good call.
14.
14.
clown.
Okay, you keep it. I mean, the road is fairly open. You've passed through like plains and fields. It's not like a lot of. There isn't much to hide behind if someone were trying to do so. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Travis with a T or E or an A?
What?
Travis.
Travis?
Travis. Yeah, sorry.
Travis. Travis with a T or T?
I do believe our business has concluded here. Yes.
Yes, I have places to be.
Yeah.
If we should need you, we know where to find you. Thank you.
Right.
Good night.
Good luck.
Good night. And he sort of immediately takes his attention away from you, and he's like looking down the road to see if anyone else might be kind of coming in
A
that
nice
direction.
carriage. He's gonna buy himself a nice carriage. Where's he gonna go in that nice carriage?
I don't know, Safira, but
What a freak.
we just
Okay.
got to the city and you were already making friends. Perhaps you could just go a little easier on the second and third strangers we meet.
And Safira kind
And you guys ran out.
And I'm gonna head to. We're not like. Sorry. What are you doing? We're not like in this
Didn't
area
get
yet.
in there yet.
And I'm just gonna head to Tuktu.
And I'm just
Another 3 hours pass.
Jesus.
Are you okay, buddy?
I'm alright.
Okay.
And it's deep into the night at this point. After approaching Mukmu at night during your return from the mountains, you're accustomed to the look of a city beyond the daylight hours. The dotted torches along the walls, the darkened silhouettes of the buildings against the sky. The way the flickering of the light resembles stars reflecting off the surface of a lake, an uneven shimmer at irregular intervals. But if Mukmu was a lake, then Tuktu is an ocean, stretching across the entire visible horizon. The density of population discernible by the clumping of orange dots, some of them packed so tightly together that the city itself seems almost radioactive. As you get a little closer, the large braziers at regular intervals allow you to pinpoint where the primary city walls are, the ones that surround the first and second precincts. Where the roads coming in from the west would normally provide a straight shot into the heart of the busiest commercial areas, you can see where the path is stymied by these large portcullis-style gates. You've only just begun to pass by the vast acreage of farmland on your right and left, when you hear the soft patter of a horse's hooves along the dirt road. Bouncing torch heading straight towards you, someone with it in their hand. You're still multiple hundreds of feet from the closest non-agricultural dwelling. You're sort of just on the edges of the map, if you're sort of keeping track.
On the
On the
north
4th
road or
precinct
south?
map.
Right, but then
You are on the northern road. You took the. But a tired-looking woman with short black hair and dressed in the purples and blacks of the Broken Crown rides up to you. And she stops. Travelers, much of Tuktu is inaccessible at this time, and even the 4th precinct, which remains open, is requesting that you approach with caution. Do you have business here?
yes.
Do you have a place to stay? Or are you renting a room? Because for precautionary reasons, making camp or hovering just outside the city is forbidden at the moment, punishable by arrest. This is to discourage a conglomeration of travelers just sort of waiting around in the fields.
We
Are
do
there
have a
rooms?
contact.
Can I have the name?
Harvest
Mr. Langita.
Langita, yes.
Yes. Well, I don't know for sure that he's going to have a place to stay, but make sure that you stay indoors for the night or you might be sort of approached by the Broken Crown.
Are there inns with vacancies in the 4th precinct?
It's a very agricultural district. You could try Crespo's. It's more of a tavern than a inn, but...
Where is that?
And she describes the location. Crespo's is number 6. Tavern.
I'm sorry, you were saying about Crespo's?
No, just that you could very well be full at this point. There's been a lot of people trying to pass through Tuktu on their way north or west.
If we cannot find a place to stay, where are we allowed to make camp? How far out must we go?
You shouldn't be able to see the city lights.
That is quite far.
I agree.
Why do you need it to be that clear?
Because we don't want gatherings of people just out in the fields.
Makes sense if there's, a disease.
Is there any
around.
kind of curfew being implemented?
No, but there are riders. If they see you making camp, they will approach you.
Okay. But we are free to traverse the city.
The 4th
During
precinct.
the night, yes.
Okay, well, I say we try Crespo's.
We'll do our best.
It's just policy. Sorry.
It's alright.
Thank you for letting us know.
How is the 4th precinct? Are people sick?
I think some people have caught it. I don't think they've tracked down the source, so it's difficult to tell. A lot of people think that the 4th precinct should be closed, but it's not. So, Broken Crown is trying to keep it under control.
Who makes those decisions?
The principals of all the districts come together, but it is ultimately up to the principal of the specific district.
What is the name of the principal of the 4th?
The 4th district principal is Principal Tonnis.
Thomas.
T-O-N-N-I-S, Principal Tonnis.
Is he known to be a reasonable man, or...?
I work with the Broken Crown. I'm not in the political scene. He
Alright.
seems perfectly well liked in the 4th district.
Alright. Well, we will try our best.
I have to keep riding to look out for others. Good luck. She's sort of,
Thank
with a
you.
sort of sigh. She's clearly been up and at this for a while. She kind of moves along. She's kind of making a sort of perpendicular to the path that you're on, sort of perimeter around the 4th district area.
Who is this Harvest, Goliath?
Harvest is the one who can take this off of me.
Okay, you don't think he would actually have accommodations, do you?
I have no idea.
I mean, I would maybe go in to try to see him first. Maybe you go alone,
Yes, I must
and
go
then
to him first.
we can meet you at Crespo's. We can see if there's a room. If there is, then we can meet each other, have a meal there, and if not, we can go out to the woods, find a place to camp for the night.
Well, it's not just the woods. We'd have to travel for
Well,
another number of hours to not see
Right.
the lights of the city.
We have to backtrack
I know.
a bit.
It did
well,
seem-
hopefully we'll find a room, right?
It did seem like your task was going very much appreciated from
This will
caller,
be
so
quite significant to him, yes.
perhaps he will be feeling generous.
That's true.
Alright.
So,
I suppose you should go in, meet with this man. Should we wait for you at Crespo's, and then if he has a place for us, you can come bring us?
sure, yes. She'll be, I suppose, less threatening with just me arriving.
I mean, we can all go if you want us to come with you.
That's all right. I don't imagine it'll take too long. It took an hour last time, didn't it?
You had to attune to it, so yeah.
Well, I doubt that you'll have to,
I suppose get comfortable at the tavern for a moment at least. It could be
Sure.
maybe an hour. I don't know.
Okay.
Alright. As we're approaching the road, are there like city gates or anything that like marks the official entrance?
There's walls and gates, but not around the 4th district that mark it. The 4th, you can see on the Tuktu map, a number of the districts sort of spread out from the main sort of center city. So the 4th district does not have like walls or anything like that.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Was there a specific reason why? Maybe I can help.
Yeah. I guess as we're riding, Orba's going to take out her flask, like she's going to try to be discreet about it, and get closer to Erland's horse. And as they're riding, she's going to throw the flask onto the ground.
Okay.
She's going to stop her horse. Erland, hold up. Something fell out of your saddlebag. She's going to...
Give me a deception check.
Okay. Nat 20, baby!
Wow. So as the horses kind of ride by each other, you even do it where you toss it and it kind of bounces off of Erland's horse in a way that he hears it sort of clink off of one of the buckles, and it sounds like it kind of came from his bag. It sort of clink, falls onto the ground.
Cool. So Orba's going to hold her horse.
Hold on my horse, yeah.
She's going to get off.
Get
Grab-
on. If she's getting off, I'll wait on my horse.
Yeah. I'll go and grab the flask, and I'll go to put it in his saddlebag, and I'll try to turn away from the party really quick. If anybody starts to feel sick, you run, you get on the horse, and you leave Tuktu. She'll put the flask in his saddlebag, and she'll get back on her horse.
Get back on. You start to ride into...
Do you put the flask in my bag?
Yeah, now I have no flask in it. Actually, that flask is the one that has myconid soil in it.
What?
So
Why did you give that to him?
So thirsty!
Where's the myconid soil from?
the
Natural
Natural Studies
Studies
Institute. I would like it back at some point.
Unbelievable.
We'll see about that.
Shouldn't have rolled so well.
He rolled so well, he thinks it's
doesn't
his.
know.
I'm gonna go to like drink for a minute.
So you guys are riding into Tuktu along that sort of north road. Is Graven going to Crespo's with everyone first, or are you splitting off before you even get there?
Yeah, I'll split off before.
Great.
Goliath, should someone go with you just in
Do
case?
you want me to go with you?
I imagine you might be bored, but yes, someone is welcome to come with me.
I can go ahead.
All right. Graven and Beezaura sort of head off in that northerly direction towards that part of the town. And it's very dark here. The dwellings, in addition to just obviously a lot of people being asleep, this is an area of town that doesn't have that has far less sort of city-owned buildings or anything like that. So things that would be normally lit all the time, there isn't a lot of those. So even as you're sort of navigating these narrow streets of the 4th Precinct, it's very dark out. And we'll go to Crespo's first.
Crispy.
So that's the road we're coming in on, right? Like
Yes,
Crespo's
right
is
along.
literally
Yep.
right
Yeah, it's
there.
right there.
Great. As one of the few buildings with the lights still on, small tavern is identifiable from a distance, but you can already tell that any potential lodging will be makeshift at best. The 2nd floor looks to be little more than a roomy attic, and while there doesn't seem to be music or entertainment sounds coming from the interior, it doesn't seem to stop the clientele from going hard on the booze. There's a shirtless man just outside the door who's in the process of straightening up after hurling, and he's picking bits of vomit from his beard as he does. You ride up to the front, and there are posts outside for horses, sort of hitching posts. There isn't like a proper barn or stable or something to that effect, but there are hitching posts outside. And it's out of view of the main street, so it isn't right.
Well, I mean... shall we see what it's like inside?
Alright. Time for the horse.
I'll take my saddlebags and
Okay.
off the horse.
Swing your shadow. Sure. You
I
can.
don't have
Aaron.
saddlebags. I probably should buy them.
You head in, and the cramped quarters of the interior don't exactly scream relaxation, but it has all the necessary parts. A kitchen area that 2 bartenders, a man and a woman, are deftly operating, seamlessly switching between pouring a drink and stirring a pot of some kind of stew. It's propped up over a fire. And 3 tables of entirely different designs that look like they might have been purchased used from other establishments. A series of steps that lead up above, too slanted to be called a ladder and yet too temporary to be called a staircase. Kind of something in between those 2 things. And you get a couple of sideways glances as you enter. It's obvious that this place is more of a local watering hole than it is sort of a true inn or establishment for travelers to pass through. And the male bartender sort of puts down a mug and he walks over as you guys kind of enter in. My name's Crispo.
Nice to meet you.
I can tell you're from out of town.
We are, actually. We were looking for accommodations, if that's possible.
Oh, well, the upstairs spaces are full, I'm afraid.
Okay.
There is a shed out back that I renovated because so many people are coming through the 4th district.
That's smart.
You're welcome to the shed if you like.
What's the going rate for the shed?
2 gold a night.
Sounds fair. Why? I mean, I think...
Okay.
It's expensive, I mean...
But it will house 5?
There's 4 beds in the shed.
Get cozy. We've done it before.
Yes, does it sound adequate?
Yeah, well, why don't we have a drink, see how Graven and Beezaura do, and you don't mind if we sit down and...
No, please, of course. There is a lock on the shed, and he sort of goes over, and he has both the padlock and the key, like it's not like a lock on the door, and he hands the padlock and the key, or he holds...
Oh, I see. I thought you were trying to tell us it's locked and we couldn't sneak in, but you're handing us the lock and the key. I understand. Perfect. And if somebody tries to rent it maybe before us, could you come tell us? Oh wait, you're handing it to us now, so we're paying you now. Oh, got it. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Okay, so I give you 2 gold.
Thank you very much.
Is the place for horses inside the...
There isn't, I'm afraid.
Can we safely leave them hitched here, do you think?
You could bring them around back to the shed as well, tie them up against the shed if you'd like.
Okay. Right, well, I guess,
Food?
round on me then. Do you guys want ale?
Yeah.
I would like some dinner
And
too.
food? Do you got food here?
3 ales, 3 silver, and at the sort of mention of 3 silver for 3 ales, you see a couple of the regulars kind of grumble and sort of laugh. And a helping of stew and bread is 2 silver for each person. Prices are
How about
exorbitant.
you charge us a fair rate, friend? We're already renting your shed.
For 2 gold.
There's
I
more
remind you.
people coming through here than ever before, so to balance it out, we have a little bit of a premium on our goods.
Wouldn't you want more people coming through?
Well, they
So you would
come
make-
through regardless, is what I'm saying.
Well, what I'm saying is we'll find ale and food somewhere else, regardless.
Well, you're welcome to it.
Safira's gonna leave.
Okay.
I'm gonna get up and leave then.
Where are you going?
I'm going to stand outside the door,
Okay.
passive aggressively.
You're standing there, and
next to the
shirtless
who's
guy is kind of like picking things.
And I'm gonna look at the shirtless guy and just kind of, hiya mate, how much it costs for an ale in there?
Gonna buy me an ale?
Yeah, why not? How much does it cost?
5 gold, you can give it to me.
That sounds about right, yeah. And Safira's gonna completely ignore him and just stand there and stare, just straight ahead. Just straight ahead, into the distance.
Orba and Erland?
Would you like some food?
I'd like to see what the Goliath comes up with first before we spend any more money here.
So stupid.
Do you think the Goliath's going to just magically find some chili down the street?
No, but if we're invited into this man's home, I assume he'll give us some dinner.
I already paid for the shed. Did you miss that?
You do have rations as well. It's
Yeah.
like not hot food,
Right.
but you have something to eat if you
No,
don't.
I know. We can always buy food later. We have the shed if need be. I'm talking quietly out of his earshot. I don't like this town already.
Yes, I agree.
2 days maximum. 2 days maximum.
I would have rather had it been half a day. So
It's like, we gotta get the hell out of
okay,
here.
so we're just
got
going to
here.
wait. Would you like some fresh air? Because this place stinks.
Do you have a bath in here, any chance?
And you just look around and kind of.
Even Orba laughs.
No.
All right. I'm gonna sit down at a table next to someone.
Why?
There's one table that has 3
It's all
seats that's
getting
all
crazy.
full, and then there's another one that
Is
has
anyone,
2
like-
people with 1 open chair.
Yeah, is anyone like playing any card games or anything? Or like
Card games? No,
gambling
seems
or...
to be drinking.
Cool. I'll just sit down. And is anyone playing Gwent?
You mean 20?
Well,
Yeah, 20.
yeah, I'm just gonna sit down at someone's table.
Sure, you do so. New in town?
Yes. This is the only place we hear that's open.
In the 4th, sure. Unless you know someone.
Where did Orba go? Did Orba stay come with me or?
I think she's just kind of looking around.
Or just kind of stands against the wall and looks around.
So it seems to be the only precinct that's open, yes?
4th didn't used to get much traffic, but now it does. Lockdown and all.
Have you gotten sick at all?
Not me.
Any friends? Any...
I've heard of people getting sick, but
No one you know personally?
no.
That's good. Do you know of any, never been to Tuktu before. Do you know a Jar Haddon or anything?
The name sounds familiar. What does he do?
He's some sort of, herbalist or healer or something.
Oh, yeah. 3rd district, I think.
Alright. Have you been to him before?
No, but people say that he's a good consultant if you're not feeling well.
A healer of some sort, yeah?
I think so. Like I said, I don't know.
Are there any schools in the 4th district?
4th? No. People mostly teach on their own. Working stiffs.
Alright, is Val... Do you know Valko Lavinia?
No.
No, he's a teacher friend of mine.
Most of the proper schools are in the 1st or 2nd.
Alright. Alright, well...
Don't mind Crespo, he's just trying to make a living.
No, I don't fault him or anything. I just don't want to pay 2 silver for some porridge, if you know.
He sort of slides his mug across. It's already partially drunk, but...
Oh.
That's
Do I owe you anything?
your
Welcome to
drug
Tuktu.
disease.
What's your name, friend? You take the cup.
Teller.
Cheers, Teller, thank you.
Cheers.
I'm gonna sort of just sip the ale with him a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's kind of a warm, sort of wheaty, kind of not particularly potent, but it does the trick.
Has anyone else new come in recently that's been around the area? That's been staying in the area for significant time.
I wouldn't know if they were. I
No.
just come here for a drink sometime.
So no new regulars, I suppose.
I don't think so.
All right. Well, cheers, Teller.
Cheers.
Would it be rude to stand up with his drink, or like to leave him with it, or?
I mean, he's got other people with him.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
another person.
Can you imagine? Just
I flirt with him.
It was only for a sip, sir.
Yeah.
As I stand up, I said, "This was a couple weeks ago, but there was do you know the Festival of Mask? Sort of.
Heard of it? Yeah, it happens down south.
Yes. Did you hear of any? I heard there was some sort of massacre. Did you hear of any survivors returning?
Not that I know of. No.
Well, thank you.
And he looks away. You just mention a massacre and then turn away.
This was a number of weeks ago, and there was
Number of weeks ago?
No, it was like 2 weeks ago.
Like, as though that's gonna be
There was a
bad.
number of weeks ago. We travelers, obviously, we happened upon some survivors who said they'd be coming to Tuktu. It was maybe massacre was perhaps an exaggeration, but some sort of attack, I should say.
Well, if they were coming to Tuktu, probably wouldn't stay in the 4th if they got here before the lockdown.
Yes, I just didn't, obviously I want to know if news had reached Tuktu, if that was a newsworthy. We truly just passed by.
Oh, that sounds scary. I'll keep an ear out.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers, Teller. Thank you.
Cheers.
I'm gonna go back to Orba.
He's like,
Ask if she wants a sip of the beer.
As you're turning around, you go, "Did you hear about a mess?"
it's like, what's going on?
I'm gonna have
I'm gonna
nightmares.
offer Orba a sip of the ale.
Oh, you got the beer?
Yeah, made friends.
A lot of sharing.
A lot of sharing two in a place with that.
Can we go outside with the beer? Is that illegal?
It's definitely not illegal.
Open container level.
Take the drink.
It seemed like the kind of establishment where...
Go outside and meet Safira.
Crossbow does not stop you.
Great. Give Safira a little
How the
ale.
fuck did you get that? And she's gonna take it, drink the rest of what it is, and kind
Like a third of it
Have
left,
it.
or a little less than a third of it.
Made friends with Teller inside.
cheers, I guess. You learn anything useful?
No, I asked about the Festival of Amasu. I remember Jason Fuller said that
Oh, that's right. There were people headed here, weren't
to
there?
Tuktu, yes, I want to know if any of them were from here. Perhaps I should have mentioned Jason Fuller's name.
Yes,
you do?
Jason and Miranda.
Yes, I didn't ask the name specifically, but he said he didn't know of any survivors from the Festival of Amasu, so...
Didn't mention any better place where there might be to, eat or stay, did he?
No, I didn't get into that.
Well,
I could always ask again.
I mean,
It's a bar, we have some time to kill.
It's fine.
Do you want to go into our room?
Yes,
Oh yeah, I guess we might as well. We paid for it, so let's get cozy.
I take the horses.
You unhitch the horses, you bring around to the back of the tavern, and it's a shoddy looking little shed. It looks like it was stored, maybe gardening tools or something at one point. It's sort of wooden slats and a little...
I mean, if nothing else, we're keeping our heads down.
Yep.
That's true.
Nice and discreet.
Definitely.
And there's sort of a large swinging door, and there's two little metal latches that you would loop the lock through.
Okay, well, actually, if we're back in this shed, is Graven gonna be able to... I guess we can go out and meet him.
We can sit in the bar.
We can take it a second. It's going to take him quite some time,
Yes.
I feel, so we can at least get a little settled in. Relax.
Well, if it is gonna take some time, he has the... Never mind. Graven has the chest on him, doesn't he? Or
Correct.
did he have the chest on his horse? Did he
Graven
have
has
it?
it on
the
He
saddlebags.
took his horse over. Okay, I'm right. I'm so sorry.
Take my horse, I'm running.
Okay. I mean, if going by Travis is anything, it seems like there are a lot of, con artists in this city. Is that
Opportunists.
We've been here for 5 minutes and you're ready to summarize it as everybody's a big liar?
Well, no, not everyone. I mean, just the 2 people we've met so far.
You get a sense that certainly, again, you don't know how much it speaks to the population in general, but this lockdown has created its own sort of shady economy that people are trying to take advantage of, and, they're trying to make themselves known to you. At least the first couple.
Everyone has mixed information, or no information at all about how this disease is being spread. Even Travis, who lives here, seemed to have limited information about what the symptoms are, which is odd, don't you think?
I think that Travis was lying about a great many things.
Well, no, it's clear to me that he was, but what I don't understand is why. Why
Well,
lie
we're also
about
talking
that?
to basic commoners. I'm sure if we go to the Broken Crown or go to some other political official of the city, maybe we'll get better answers.
Well, do we make it some kind of a priority to...
Tomorrow, I think, we can... Well, let's see what the Goliath says first. I'm sure that will...
Yeah. Is it worth it, I'm wondering, to talk to this Principal Tonnis?
Well, one problem
like
at a
to.
time.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
We'll go.
Do I feel any differently at all?
In what way?
Do I...
You're a little tired, you're a little cranky.
Do I feel like a hunger or a heightened sense of awareness or...
No, you mean in kind of anticipation of possibly the miasma or
Miasma,
something.
yeah.
Yes, you do not. No. Sorry.
Cool. And while I'm sitting there...
Oh no.
We will go over
So sad.
to the north end, the 4th district, 4th precinct. And you soon discover a small cluster of houses not dissimilar from the Langoliran community beyond the walls of Mukmu. Whitish stone with flat roofs, private gardens. Though this area is significantly less pronounced than its western counterpart, the houses are a bit shabbier and few, if any, are larger than 1 story tall. The gardens are often just a smattering of flowers or shrubbery. And with no hanging lanterns along the uneven streets, and most of the residents sleeping, it's extremely dark. Just a bit of faint light coming from over the rooftops from the torches along the 2nd Precinct walls. Get up to his house. It's number 4-066. You were told that by
4-066. And it's number 4 on the map.
Yes, number 4 on the 4th Precinct map.
All right. Are there any lights on?
It is. His house is completely
totally
dark.
It is. It's literally like 12:30.
Yeah, it's
at
like
this
almost
point.
1 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah.
We're going to say also from the last time I said to now, it's
yeah.
been 1 more hour-ish. So 1 more.
Got it.
Are you feeling all right?
I'll make it. But I would rather have this off before I settle down for the night.
Absolutely.
I imagine he will understand. And I'm gonna give a good, firm rap on the door.
And you hear a little bit of kind of shuffling, moving about. And you hear kind of a... Who the fuck is calling on me so late at night?
Langita,
Yes? Obviously.
I carry the cursed ring.
And you hear someone coming up to the door. Opens the front door. And you see a man. And in contrast to Kohar, Harvest is completely inelegant in his appearance and demeanor. He's got shaggy brown hair that looks like it hasn't been brushed in weeks. He walks with a bit of a limp, and he has a wrinkled nightgown that looks maybe 2 sizes too big for him. Oh, I suppose that's a good reason. May I see it?
Hold on my hand.
He sort of grabs your hand and pulls it towards you. How does it feel?
Heavy. I would have it off.
You're very brave to have brought it this far. You and the 2 alone?
There were 5 of us.
Only 2 survived?
I think the others are getting a drink.
Yes.
Good. I'm surprised that Kohar and the other Langoliran were willing to send it over, even if it was for selfish reasons. The Langoliran communities make a public show of unity, but we don't exactly get along.
I'm sorry. Selfish reasons.
Well, I believe they were having some sort of problem with the ring, causing nightmares or whatnot. Wanted to get rid of it.
Yes, but it is the ultimate goal not to lay a soul to rest.
Yes. A soul that we care about far more than the Mukmu Langoliran.
You wish I hadn't brought it?
No, I care more that you brought it than he does, is what I'm saying. I'm surprised he was willing to foot part of the contract to have it brought here, is what I'm saying.
I see. It's very confusing. I don't understand you.
Would you mind walking with me to the cemetery, to the graveyard, to have it removed?
Of course.
Allow me to just gather some of my things. I'll be right back. And he goes back. He doesn't even fully close the door. It leaves it partially open. You hear a little bit of shuffling around. And when he returns, he's still wearing his nightgown, but he's mostly just kind of put on a pair of boots and a jacket over the gown. So you can see the gown kind of peeking out from under the jacket. Sure. And it looks like he also may have splashed some water on his face from a bowl or something. We can talk on the way. And he starts to lead you. And you get the sense, I can tell you as you're sort of heading in that direction, the cemetery is number 3 on the map.
3? Oh, it's right there.
Yes.
Oh, this is agriculture. I see. I thought for some reason 1 and 2 were like...
no, that's 1 and 2. That's like in the middle of farmland.
Yeah,
those things. All right.
Graveyard is...
Graven's off his horse right now. We're both off our horses.
I assume you dismounted to go up to his horse.
Yeah. And before they're like, should I come along or stay behind?
You've come this far. Would you like to have a companion with you?
Come along.
Can I mean, if it's not that far, should I just tie up the horses or bring them with me?
You're welcome to tie the horse up at my house.
I'll tie the horses
Leave them
up.
here.
I just...
We're so horse paranoid now.
I know.
We can talk as we walk. Generations ago, the Tuktu chapter of the Langoliran was the premier colony to have migrated down from the mountains. The most successful, the brightest minds, the most respected in the public eye, in large part due to their de facto leader, Porter Sr., who, as you might be aware, was the original owner of that ring. And the Langoliran have a long history of small magics, passed along through generations. But nothing like Porter Sr. He was truly gifted, as talented as some of the local mages who'd studied for decades, and yet he never stepped foot into school, self-taught. He was revered. But when he died, those that attempted to take up his position of leadership were not as so well regarded. This led to a schism, and many of the Langoliran went elsewhere. Now we're actually one of the smaller communities in the south. Anyway.
Why was his ring left in Mukmu?
Well, Porter Jr., his grandson, was one of those who left from Tuktu.
Many years ago.
Yes, after Porter had died.
And this has been handed down in his family, but no heirs this time.
Well, no. Porter Jr. never had any children.
Do you know how long this might take to get off?
Shouldn't take longer than half an hour to an hour or so, just for the uncursing process. The removal of the curse will remove the attunement to the ring simultaneously.
And it will rest there in the graveyard.
That is the hope, yes.
Will he have any side effects after it's off?
I don't think so. Let's get it done. Yes. And he kind of marches along. And he leads you. And it doesn't take long to reach the cemetery. Just a couple of blocks, and then a right turn that puts you into a clearing nestled between a few batches of homes. It's not terribly large, nothing like Yannick's sprawling graveyard. And it's enclosed by a wrought iron fence that seems to be more for marking the dimensions rather than keeping people out. It's short enough that you could easily climb over it, and the rusted gate entrance doesn't appear to be locked anyway. Overgrown grass obscures many of the tombstones. This clearly isn't a burial ground that receives regular or meticulous care. But a large central crypt appears to be where you're headed. Harvest seems to be walking in that direction. From the light of Harvest's lamp, you can see the name Languna carved into the stone threshold, which vows from Porter Languna was the original owner of the ring. He's buried in this crypt. After you. Start to walk down. There's no door, it's open. No. There's just a staircase. And Harvest allows you to go first, but he sort of leads you through the crypt. And the inside seems to have received better care than the exterior. The floors appear swept, and at the very least there's only a very slight buildup of dust on the caskets that you see slotted into the walls along your left and right. The walkway snakes down. You make kind of a U-turn, and then he stops at a memorial that makes it very clear Porter's high status among his people. There's a beautiful marble bust on a shelf above his coffin, surrounded by flowers and small religious-looking trinkets. And just to the left and right are two smaller coffins with portraits resting against them, two hounds that seem to have been his loyal companions. Harvest motions over to his coffin. The idea is to have to move the ring as little as possible, so if you can place your hand on the coffin, I'll remove it right here. Excellent. And he starts to go about. He takes a couple little things out. He has another sort of set of clamps that's similar to the ones that you saw with Kohar that he sort of allows him to tightly grip the ring. And he seems to be muttering a few things to himself. And he goes about. And you feel a little bit of the sort of drain on your sort of essence ever so slightly begin to lift a little bit as the time passes. And it goes on for a little longer, muttering to himself. Beezaura is kind of here, sort of looking around.
I'll give Beezaura like a
watching the procedure take place. And about 30 minutes go by. And at this point, you see Harvest sort of... He seems like he's gaining a little momentum in the removal of the curse. You see he's sort of whispering a little bit louder. You can feel him kind of twisting the ring back and forth a little bit on your finger. And as he starts to do this a little faster, moving the ring back and forth, a hand reaches out, up from the coffin.
No.
Spectral in nature. And at first, Harvest doesn't notice it. He's sort of quietly, eyes almost partially closed as he's moving the ring.
Harvest.
And he hears you and opens his eyes, and at that exact moment, it reaches up to grab him, and it's not strangling him, it's just holding him firmly in place.
Yeah.
And he lets go of the ring for a moment, and the hand is accompanied by an arm, and then a torso and a head that looks very similar to the bust that's right above it.
Harvest.
And it comes up, and he motions to you to sort of quiet for a moment. And he grips him tightly and looks at the two of you. His ring is back. And he reaches toward your hand and grabs...
Can I...
You're pulling it away?
Yeah.
Sure, you do so, and he sort of...
Who are you?
My patron will be pleased. It is the beginning of my recompense. And at this, Harvest is sort of tightly gripped along the sort of neck and chin. Your patron? You're a warlock. That is forbidden by the Langoliran. Silence. My patron granted me great power in life. This allowed me to do incredible things for the Langoliran. But my patron demands balance. It demands the blood of those who've utilized the service of our people. And I see a candidate in this room. And Harvest again speaks up. He came to return the ring. He didn't do the service. Hush, and he squeezes tighter.
Let him go.
Give me the ring. Give it.
What do you want of us? What do you mean? What do you want?
Those who've utilized the Langoliran.
None of us have utilized them.
Oh, but you have. You attuned to the ring, and that binds you to us.
I was merely a carrier. I do not care anything for this ring. It is nothing to me.
It was only temporary.
You're wrong, and I can show you. And he reaches out a little bit, and he's not reaching for the ring, but you can feel his finger kind of press into your chest, and it kind of goes in, and it tightens a little bit, and he brings it back out. I can touch you. But her, he reaches towards Beezaura, and even before he gets close, he seems to butt up against an invisible sort of wall that he isn't allowed to press through.
Oh, buddy.
I cannot touch those who have not made an exchange with our kin.
Okay.
But you, I can have.
To do what?
I know nothing of this exchange.
And he grabs a little tighter along Harvest, and then he throws him, and he kind of ragdolls against the wall, sort of hits up against the side of the crypt. He doesn't appear dead. You can see sort of his chest sort of unevenly rising and falling, but he seems out cold. He seems unconscious. And he reaches, give it.
Graven, is this worth it?
What's worth it? I don't know how to get this thing off.
And he takes it he comes out now, he's like above his waist now, a little further.
We need him to take off the ring.
No, I can remove the ring.
You want only the ring.
Give it. And you can see he's almost like drooling with like sort of a spectral drool.
Okay, this is a ghost.
Spirit of some kind.
If we give it to you, we let us go.
You can go, because I cannot touch you.
I'm gonna cast a sacred flame at him.
Okay.
Whoa!
What is that?
It is a I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, what's the save?
The save is a dexterity save.
20.
Yeah,
Sort of flash of radiant light goes out. So that's how it is. I need you to roll initiative.
Oh my god!
Damn it.
God damn
Is
it.
your thing still silvered?
Yeah.
Yeah, her
Okay.
foot's
It
still
is.
sort
Oh,
of.
I have my
great.
gloves.
Yeah, and you do have silver gloves, so if you
That
want
you
Want to
can't
slap
fit.
around?
yeah, if you want to
fit.
slap him around with this guy.
Oh, initiative. That's me. Okay. I'm not with you. Why do I leave
Sorry,
you alone?
no.
Why do
I
we ever
leave any
leave
of you guys
I don't know.
alone?
I have
You
no
can't leave
magical
anyone.
powers
No one can leave
either.
anyone alone.
Thanks
We
for
should
coming
never
with me, though.
ever split up.
Okay,
Is what we've learned.
great.
Do you have a
What
silver
do?
knife?
We just have to follow each other
I have
everywhere.
magic. I
You
mean,
have magic.
9.
Okay. Beezaura.
9.
Sweet. How about this douche?
He did just ragdoll a full elf.
I can get that guy up, but I don't know if he's gonna hurt him.
And we will do a little marker for.
Man, they even have those pestifer fucking things. So mad.
Sorry.
Oh, we have to go all the way into the crypt here, huh?
I said you took a U-turn
Yeah.
down around, and
Okay.
his sort of, where his.
I cannot believe we let you guys go down here alone. Thank God you're with him.
Raven is never allowed to negotiate.
Thank God for BZ.
I mean, how
It's
did
not
we
your
know that
fault.
was
Give him your hand! Give him your hand!
Matt, what's
Well,
your
we don't know what's gonna happen then.
initiative?
Yes.
I don't take orders from ethereal.
Oh, you only take orders from Uzni? Is that it?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's a 13 for the. You
nothing
can give him
helpful.
by his name. Porter Senior.
Oh, that's too many letters.
Porter.
Porter.
If it Porter.
P.S.
Oh yeah, P.S. I like that.
And I'll roll for Harvest as well. Shit. 3.
That's right.
Make death saves.
Actually useless.
17.
Poor Harvest.
I have a. Oh, you can heal yourself.
Also, you know
Yeah,
what sucks
I
is
have a
this guy is definitely gonna die, and then we're gonna be down there with. You guys are gonna end up down there with the body of this dude.
He's fine. I'm gonna get him back up right now.
All right.
Oh, you mean Harvest, yeah.
Harvest?
Well, I mean, like, if he dies, then it's gonna
Harvest
look like
can't
we
die. No, die.
It's just that look.
We still get money for this fucking ring, bro?
We've been in Tuktu for
I
15
don't know.
minutes.
All right. So as the flash happens, he turns back, and you see the creature kind of rise, and he puts his sort of cold hand to his chest, and he breathes in, and as he does so, you see like a crackling of cold energy wash over, and you see almost like a suit of armor form with these sort of crystallized frost all up and down his chest and down his legs.
Oh, that's not
He is casting Armor of Agathis. Let's give him a marker for that.
That's what you need.
I have 2 armor spells, thank you very
I
much.
know, but you're not equipped right
Taking
now, dude.
necrotic damage.
They might be resistant to it.
Because
I know I'm dead.
How's that?
Yeah, I don't think they can.
Ghosts. Although
What
they're
are
not
ghosts
physical
vulnerable
beings,
to?
so maybe.
What?
What are ghosts vulnerable to?
Psychic damage?
No,
You're thinking
I
about
think they
Pokemon.
deal psychic damage.
It's not Pokemon rules.
Yeah, it's not Pokemon.
Damn it! Pokemon!
Psychic damage.
I don't know.
I mean, there is psychic
There is
damage.
psychic damage.
but
Great, so that's a full action. You see the crystallizing sort of armor all over him, and you can see him sort of prep himself again for another sort of. But we'll go. Azar, you're up.
Oh, I mean, it's both of us, but I can go.
Oh yeah,
It's
you guys can
Graven.
decide if you would
Yeah,
like
do
to.
you wanna go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. I'm gonna, as a bonus action, I'm gonna mutter a few things and give a healing word to Harvest.
Give me
to
a.
get him up.
Give me a.
So that
Harvest!
I think it's
Get
a
up,
D4.
buddy. Please don't die down here. It's gonna look so bad for us.
D4 plus spell casting.
That's what you're
Where's
worried
my
about?
spell?
Yes! That is absolutely what I'm worried about.
Safira's PR.
2 plus
5.
2, 5. Yeah, it's 5 HP.
Oh, yeah.
Sort of in the corner, the healing energy, and he kind of.
Harvest, get out of here.
And he
Flee.
looks up and he.
Porter, get out of here.
Great, you shout to him. Okay.
And then, so it looks like he's got. Would I know if ghosts have any kind of resistance or anything to necrotic damage?
Give me a history check.
12?
There's a couple. They usually are resistant to. This is fairly more common knowledge. Sort of physical attacks that aren't silvered or magical of some nature. They are typically resistant to necrotic damage.
Okay.
And they're typically immune to poison type damage.
Got it. All right. Then another sacred flame right in his face.
Go ahead.
Dexterity save. Yeah.
Melt his armor.
Okay, that's a 12.
Fail.
Okay.
So that's a D8. He takes 1.
No.
Oh, no.
1 radiant damage.
Is that one?
But he didn't benefit from any cover.
And as it kind of hits him, you can see at first like he flinches a little bit, but the light seems to strike the arm. It seems to be absorbed a little bit by the armor. And you see kind of a frosty piece of his armor sort of break off. It seems to be acting as a sort of barrier between him and damage sources.
Okay.
Hit him.
Okay. I'm gonna get as close as I can.
Okay. 5, 10, 15.
I'm perfect. Okay. And I'm gonna wound it up.
Alright.
Come on. Here we go.
24.
Woohoo!
Hits damage.
Damn.
There we go. Give it to him.
10.
Yes, do it to him.
Silver flail.
He sort of, as you're sort of winding it up, you almost see him kind of laughing at the possibility of a physical thing affecting him. But as it swings around, the glint of the silver comes through, and you can see him kind of, and it connects with him. And again, like pieces of this frosty armor go shattering throughout the room. You take
Oh.
10 cold damage.
Holy God.
As when the flail strikes and the frost starts to shatter around the room, bits of it go up your arm and travel almost like stinging frostbite up through your arm.
We got this.
Why didn't we?
That wasn't very nice, sir.
Do you have superiority dice?
What?
Do you have superiority dice?
I have a lot.
Still
They
use
just
one of
hit
those
some
now?
teams.
Oh, no, I don't even have my action.
This season.
You're okay. I'm going to. Oh no. I'm okay.
Okay.
Strategize.
Yeah, no, because I already used action surge, so I can't use it. That's
Okay.
what.
So Harvest sort of gets up in the corner, and he's sort of rubbing his neck where he was strangled, and he saw Beezaura kind of go running in, swinging her flail, and he looks up and he kind of limps over, and he gives you sort of a, I can help,
I need you alive.
and he kind of limps off.
We need a witness.
Yeah, really.
Okay, and we get back around. And the porter kind of rears up again, sort of pieces of his ice armor sort of melting almost off his body, or pieces of it falling off. And he looks down to his left and to his right, and he points out toward Harvest. Get him!
What?
And coming out from the coffins.
No.
Another doggos!
of course.
No!
Are 2 hounds.
Dogs!
Don't make me call a dog.
I know, it's terrible.
Ghost
Well, these
dog.
are undead
They're
dogs.
undead dogs.
So it's
Okay,
like,
fine.
it's
They're not
terrible.
ghosts. They appear to be kind of zombie-esque. They are physical in form.
Okay.
Oh, that's even better.
It's no longer hug your hound day.
Right.
Don't
that was
hug these hounds.
Let's make sure I get
problem.
it right. Lincoln.
It's not my wife, so I can do it.
Do not deserve a hug.
I'm gonna roll for initiative for the hounds.
Ugh.
It's alright.
That is a 11 for the hounds.
Jeez. Okay.
It's gonna bite me.
So they'll have a turn.
They're physical. We'll be able to get a couple of clumps in as they run by
Those
us.
are less scary.
Got
I'm
any
just
ice
more
damage.
scared that those are going to get
That's intense.
our poor little buddy.
So you see Porter kind of turn towards Beezaura, who just sort of hit him with this sort of staggering strike of her flail, and he looks like he kind of wants to reach out towards you, but something's preventing him from doing so, and once again he's unable to target you as you're not sort of bound to the Langoliran in any kind of way. And he turns his attention back to Graven, and he's going to reach out with an attack. That is a 14 to hit.
Miss.
Misses. Swipes at you with a kind of spectral claw. You feel it smash against your shield. So he did the summoning of the dogs, and that's his turn there.
Doggos.
All right. And they,
So
as
good.
sort of
You're an artist.
ordered by their master, take off down the hall.
Get a swing
do I
in
get
here.
an
Sky
You're
is a
both
real
going to get an
asshole.
opportunity attack. Now, they're both going to run by both of you the way they have to go. You can both choose to attack the same one, or you can each attack one on the sides.
I'm gonna see which one she goes for and go for the
And
same
go for the
one.
same one.
Yeah.
I'm going to go the one
Closest to you? Great.
Yeah.
So this one, we're going to have 2 attacks of opportunity on that same one.
God damn it, guys.
12.
Both of those miss.
It was on 15 and it.
And you can see them, and as their paws kind of hit the floor, there's sort of a wet sound as they kind of their paws kind of move across.
Harvest, run!
Faster than you are now.
Imagine how bad a wet dog smells.
And
An
now-
undead wet dog.
Yeah, dead wet
They're
dog.
gonna dash. They can't reach him and
Not dead.
attack, but they're
I
gonna
didn't like the
dash
smell
and
of a
get.
dead wet dog.
No, I said
They'll have opportunity attacks when he moves next. Oh my god, this guy's fucked.
Oh, poor buddy. I'm so sorry, bud. We
No
were
witness.
trying to help you.
He might be powerful, guys.
Okay, that's the dogs.
So Beezaura and Graven.
Go ahead.
Oh, another Sacred Flame for now.
Okay.
Dex save.
That's a 6.
Yep, fail.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Right, it's Dex, yeah. D8. Let's just leave these out. 7 radiant
7,
damage that
great.
time.
Nice, that's better.
So this time, the radiant light goes out, and as it does, finally, what's already sort of cracks in his icy armor, it kind of, and the pieces fall off. It seems like you've punched through that sort of barrier that he set up.
Goodness.
Yeah, I turned to Beezaura like, now is the time!
Take off the little thing that marks his armor there.
Great.
His more vulnerable strike!
Attack roll.
Oh,
12?
12
I
misses.
thought it was 1. What is this?
Me too. And I was like, I get to reroll.
Swings through, and he sort of floats back,
This
and then
jerk.
swings back in after you
Can we just
miss.
say literally
Anything else?
everyone we've met and talked to is a liar?
No, because I can't use that. And I have to hit him.
Ghost.
Rally.
Ghost
The
is-
only ones you can use rally.
Oh.
You can't use the ones that require a hit.
I'm gonna
Langoliran.
use rally and do it for him.
Okay.
So he
sure.
can stay alive longer.
Go ahead and roll for it.
It's a D8, right? It's just a flat one.
Sorry.
Do I,
It's not funny.
Do I modify it?
It's your charisma, which I think is
Oh, charisma, yeah, 0. 7.
7,
Your
right?
charisma, which is none.
I don't know why I just blanked.
So the rallying cry kind of echoes throughout this scripture. You can hear it kind of down the halls.
I think it's 7.
You got 7 hit points.
Does Orba hear that from where she?
Okay.
I know that.
Beezaura's in trouble.
These guys are
Wait a
drinking
minute.
backwash warm ale.
Just sitting in the shed like, oh,
Gross.
it's going well.
Anything else?
No.
Great. So Harvest, again, sort of with the hounds nipping at his heels, takes off again. It's going to be 2 opportunity attacks.
Oh, buddy.
Come on, bud.
thing he's
Come
got
on,
an
get
extra
out of there.
couple
We know you
points.
can. Come on, buddy.
Attack.
I have faith in Harvest. Harvest is gonna do fine.
It's 9 to hit and 14 to hit. One of those hits.
Come on, Harvest.
Come on, chomp.
Just a little shot.
How's a 1? He takes 3 damage.
Yay!
3 piercing damage.
He's still up, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, he has
He heals for 5 at least.
healed for 5 and then got 7 from Beezaura.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. Okay.
Oh, you. Oh, that was.
That was
oh,
fun.
yeah.
That's
yeah.
charismatic.
Oh,
And he has to make a Constitution saving throw. Which he passes. 17.
Hey, look at this
Okay,
guy.
Great. So
Harvest.
the one of the dog's bites kind of sinks in, and he pulls his leg out just at the time before he's able to truly sink his kind of front jowls into it, and he begins to run a little bit more.
Great.
Come on, Harvest.
Still doing it.
Surviving.
Okay. Just a little bit later.
P.S.
There we go.
Pebble tea.
Yeah, it's Porter.
Okay.
Piss taker.
So,
Sure.
P.S.
P.I.
Taker.
Staker.
have you been one
I did
HP
the
per round?
I did the first one. I did not do the
Okay.
second one. So
Yeah, the ring has not been removed.
Yep.
Goodness gracious.
Hey, I got better AC.
Okay.
I need Graven
Yeah.
to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah,
he
that's
reaches out and he kind of whispers these sort of incoherent, unintelligible sort of whispers in your head.
19.
19.
Nice.
You
There we
save.
go.
Still gonna
Wise
take-
as hell.
Watch. Oh god. Please.
You take half as much damage.
You alright?
Oh god. No, he's not.
He's rolling a lot of die.
You take 5 psychic damage.
Okay.
10.
Oh, okay. I only saw the 5. I thought you were down.
As you start to hear these whispers kind of creeping into your head, at the last second you shake them out of your head and you hear Beezaura's echoing cry kind of, and you use that to kind of latch back onto reality here and keep the whispers from infecting your mind. And he sort of reaches out after that. Impressive. He goes in for another attack. He's not gonna, but he's
Just wait.
Thanks for the compliment.
Douglas.
the dogs. Again, obeying their masters.
How fast?
Oh gosh.
That one had to sprint.
Dash?
Yeah, had to dash. So that one, as the dog kind of gets into the hall, the hallways are narrowing, and the dog behind can kind of see that one is blocking its way through, so it turns back.
Oh god.
Hey,
That's Y'all are
Great.
better equipped to deal with this in Harvest.
And Beezaura is going to be attacked here.
Love it.
So this is not an attack of opportunity, it's a multi-attack. So that is a natural 20 and
Are you joking?
8. So one of them hits critically.
Jesus.
You take 10 piercing damage. And I need you to make a constitution saving throw.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, you guys.
And you actually get to make this with advantage because it is a poison-related saving throw and you're a halfling.
Oh, wait. Oh, right. Constitution. Oh, wow. I pass. Oh, natural 20.
Nice.
It was 19
So
and
again,
20.
as it sort of you were facing away from it, so you feel the bite sink in, but you're able to kind of use your shield and smack it off of you before it's able to sink its teeth fully into you.
Okay.
That is the dogs.
So
Beezaura
it's
Graven.
Graven.
Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, man. So I take a damage.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna have to take this round to heal myself. Yeah. Mutter a little bit of healing words and heal myself here.
Okay.
Second level.
Huh.
Good stuff. Give me the good stuff. Those are 2 months.
Are you kidding?
It's okay.
What?
It's okay. I'm gonna hit
Nothing
him.
about this is okay.
And
Oh my god, you guys.
So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 HP.
It's no fun.
I know, it's not
Five
even.
It's out.
5 HP.
Still have a bonus
Distracted, Graven takes a little bit of heals and looks back up at him.
action. You still have a bonus action.
Yeah,
Do you still have spell slots?
I do have spell slots, yeah.
Because you can healing word and heal yourself in the same turn.
Yeah,
Is that allowed on self? Is healing word a self turn?
I'm pretty sure I can. Wait, shit, maybe not.
Yeah, it is.
A creature of my choice, I can
Yes,
see.
you can choose
All
yourself.
right.
You can always choose yourself.
Come on, buddy, you can do it! Encouraging healing word. Alright, that's a 4, so 4 plus 3 is 7. I just did more on a first level healing word than a
1d4 did better than
2d8.
Oh
Wow,
my
so
God.
4 plus 3 is 7,
God, that was
so
bad
7
luck.
more
God,
HP.
that was bad luck.
Is it bad luck if it's the norm?
I don't know, actually.
Yeah.
It might just be your luck.
Beezaura, you're up.
I'm gonna try to hit him.
Okay. Give me a roll.
Come on.
At what point are you guys gonna run out screaming that?
Oh, you could do it. Yes, I can. 24.
That hits.
Nice.
Let's go. Blow him up.
Get
Come on.
Right in
blow
the
'em up,
kisses.
Blow 'em up. I'm terrified to find out.
4.
4 damage. All right. You swing again, and the silver flail kind of pins him to the wall for a bit, and then he pushes his way back out. Anything else?
Oh.
I'm gonna use second wind
Okay.
And roll a d10.
Great.
Just in case I
Is
get
that for
hit.
yourself? That's
Yeah.
It's a self-heal.
sweet.
Is this is it, right?
That is a 10, yes.
Plus my fighter. 5 plus
4.
So 9.
HP.
nice.
Great.
Okay.
Take a moment to get yourself back into the fight.
Thank God our 2 people with heals.
Does that one not do more damage as well, or is that only?
No, that's not even a maneuver. That's a totally that's a fighter thing from before.
Come on.
Pounds.
Okay.
I'm
No, it's
cheering.
it's harvest
What
now.
do I do now?
Harvest.
Yes.
Come on, Harvest.
So harvest is gonna run.
Survive,
bloody
but
dash.
survive. Just
Oh
survive.
my god.
It's really funny.
8. That
Come
goes.
on, Harvest.
buddy.
You can get out of there. I know you can.
So close!
Come on,
All right, back to the top.
He's gotta get
And Porter looks towards you two again, and again he kind of looks at Beezaura, and you can see he's frustrated because Beezaura is sort of hitting him with the most damage, but he's unable to like focus on her and reach out. And I think he has 1 spell slot left here. He is going to reach out with a hand. I need Graven to make a wisdom saving throw.
Come on, Graven.
Come on.
Come on.
9.
9, you fail.
God.
He casts Hold Person on you.
Sorry, 10. Sorry, does that make a difference?
Still fail.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Hold Person.
9.5, does it count?
Is this gonna change you?
No. Ghost piece of shit. That's his whole action.
Yeah.
I think that's his last spell slot.
That's what I said, yeah.
Paralyzed. And Graven sort of holds there, and you can see the ring on your hand kind of pulsing with energy in your hand. And he is going to also, after he does that, he sort of reaches his fingers up and makes a whistling noise, and you can hear down the hall a kind of skittering of claws.
Oh boy.
And it seems like this one may be turning his attention back toward the fight, the fray at the end.
Bad, I guess.
That's his turn, and now the dogs. They're going to turn towards Graven here. This one is going to have to use its dash.
They have advantage when I'm paralyzed?
They do.
But he just dashed.
That one cannot attack. That one had to dash to get there.
This thing is on fucking multi-attack.
Can I use reactions when I'm paralyzed?
Yes.
Exactly.
I'm sounding the alarm.
It's Harvest, he's coming!
The cops are here! Put the dogs down!
Let me just double check that, but I think you can.
Warding Flare doesn't say anything about, like...
We're never
I
splitting
know,
up
we're never
again.
splitting up ever again.
able to-
Ever, never.
Saving throws are unaffected by having disadvantage. If that's what you were saying.
No, I'm thinking about,
Managing.
like,
You're doing great.
Warding Flare.
Frying.
As in, can I try and give disadvantage on their attacks?
Uh,
or at least one of them.
Do you need to move or speak to do that?
I can't tell. When you are attacked, something that you can see, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage. You
Does
can
it have
see it
VSM
2 times.
anywhere?
It's not a spell.
Yeah, it's not a
reaction.
spell.
Yeah, okay.
Let me 1 second.
It's fine.
What is it again? Warding Flare?
Warding Flare, yeah.
It's just an interposing of divine light. I think you can do that regardless.
You can interpose.
Fart it out. I'm gonna say that you're still
Do a sound
able.
effect?
It doesn't say it requires you to
That's good.
say or move to do it.
So knowing that we're kind of sensing that something's coming up on me, I'm going to try to impose.
Great.
Do you wanna get
Put your sound effect.
First attack. It's rolling just straight now because it would
So
have
one of-
advantage. Yeah. So that is a 13 to hit.
Miss.
Nice.
And then it does a second attack. Are you flaring again? Oh, you've already used your reaction. So this is with advantage. That is a 15 to hit.
Miss.
Nice. So Graven, sort of even in a paralyzed state, looks behind you. You can see the dog sort of reeling back from the light, is kind of just gnashing about sort of uncontrollably, and it isn't able to find you for that.
Good job.
All right. Beezaura and Graven. Graven, if you want to go first, you can attempt to...
Yeah, I'll attempt to get out of it. Or, ooh, here's another question. Do I have to be able to...
Spicy.
Do I have to be able to move to use my... Channel Divinity?
Probably not.
Banishing darkness and dealing radiant damage to my foes. As an action, present my holy symbol.
You cannot do that. Yep.
Yeah.
That is a physical action. No present.
Alright, well, I'll try it out. Just try to break
free, so
yeah,
it's again a wisdom saving.
Wisdom saving.
And this is the end of your turn, so you can't do anything after
Well,
this.
let's take that damage then, I guess. Wisdom saving. I'm so wise. 13.
13.
Come on, save.
Succeed.
Hey!
Yay!
Yeah, you're
You're
so
Grady.
So wise.
And Graven breaks free.
Woo!
That's not
His sort of magic shackles
You
bound
will
him.
regret that.
This guy's so impressed.
You're like,
Beezaura, you're up. You see Graven kind of break free
I'm
from
just
his...
gonna. I gotta get him! Because if he dies, everybody dies.
Baby.
Nat 20.
Roll
oh! Come on.
Come on.
Once!
4. Yeah, 4.
it up. For another thing that... This has been a while, so I'm going to remind you. When you get critical hit, you roll all of the dice. You double all of the dice. If you were to use a maneuver, which adds a d8 to the damage, that is doubled as well.
She can't
sorry.
reroll ones on d8s, can she?
No, she can't.
Say that again?
So 2 of your maneuvers, like
Yeah.
goading strike, distract, with those
Yes.
ones, they add a d8 to the damage, in addition to the effects that they do.
Oh.
So it doubles the damage from those as well, because you did. It's all of the dice. A critical hit will increase all.
So, I'm gonna, I'm gonna goad him to hit me because he can't hit me.
What is it's a save or something?
It's a superiority die. Oh, the thing that I
for the goading strike, I
Spend
think?
1 superiority die to attempt to goad target into attacking you. You can add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll, and the target must make a wisdom saving
Wisdom
throw.
saving throw. Exclusively. That's a 9. I think that's a fail. Your save is 10
Yeah.
plus your strength or dexterity, whichever's higher.
Sorry, say that again?
10 plus your strength
it's
or
13,
dexterity. 13.
so- yeah, I have it
So
right
he
now.
fails.
So,
Right.
okay, so, oh my gosh, what am I doing? Okay, you add this card to 10. I'm like so excited. Okay.
Me too!
So sorry, I am an idiot. Okay, you add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll, and the target must make a wisdom saving. On the failed save, the target has disadvantage on all attack rolls against targets other than you until the end of your next turn.
Yes, so if he tries to attack Graven instead, he has disadvantage on that attack.
Great.
And roll your d8 for the superiority die. And double it.
Double it.
12.
12. Great.
So, well,
Well, 12
altogether.
total,
So
or-
altogether,
Yes,
it
I already
was
did the
16
okay.
total.
Yeah, I already did the
Oh,
Was altogether.
That's okay.
oh my gosh.
Great.
Way to go.
So with a mighty swing of her flail and a sort of goading chant out towards him, you see him kind of reel back a little bit.
That's the
He's trying to maintain his composure, and you can see him trying to look towards Graven, but the sort of in his head, it's like wrestling between the two of you as he looks back and forth.
Oh,
between
yeah,
you.
bud?
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. All right.
It's harvest.
All right. You can't hear or see kind of what he's
Great.
doing. Again, so,
Still funny.
we'll go back to the
Top of the lineup.
Right.
Piss taker.
So Porter looks towards Beezaura, and you can see him look like he's trying to reach out. And with a great deal of pain, he turns his attention back to Graven, and he's going to make an attack with disadvantage.
Thank you. It was worth it.
Yes, it was.
That was great.
Yeah.
14 to hit.
Nice.
Reaches out again with a quick kind of snap of his spectral hand, and you block it with your shield. That is his turn.
Alright, Duggos.
All right, the hounds are, as their master commands, take attacks against Graven here.
I should do one of those stupid guys too.
Can.
No, where?
Go.
They don't have advantage, but they are making multi-attacks here. 9 to hit and 17 to hit.
I'll 9 misses, and
Okay.
I'll use a. If it matches, it hits, right?
If it matches, it hits.
Okay,
yes.
then I'll use a radiant
Warding
warding flare.
For the second attack, that's great. That's a 16 to hit.
Miss.
Okay.
Nice.
There we go.
ring.
So sorry.
The one good thing the ring has
Flash
done.
of light, and the other one's gonna attack as well. Multi-attack. That's a 20 to hit and a 12 to hit.
Miss.
Okay, so the 20 hits. You take 6 piercing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution save.
I don't think I can use Stone's Endurance on the same turn. No, because they're both reactions.
I believe they're both reactions.
All right, so Constitution save.
Yep. 5. You fail. You are poisoned.
Shit.
As you feel the kind of necrotic, decaying undead energy seep into you, you have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Ability checks. Got it.
Cursed and poisoned.
Cursed and poisoned is a lot.
My potion is only good before the poison.
Okay, that is the hounds.
I'm gonna be kind of whipping up something here, and I'm gonna give you a notion to like hit him one more time.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Make an attack roll.
Maybe you got this.
Come on.
17?
17 hits.
Yeah!
I was really nervous about that.
Get him.
7.
7 damage. All right. Once again, swings in and you can feel it. You can see the silver kind of stinging away at his sort of spectral form, and he's kind of summoning the last bit of strength that he has to remain here in a corporeal state.
I'm gonna do another goading attack.
Yeah.
Come on.
So just add the damage. Go ahead and roll it.
Add it. Okay.
You just roll a d8 and add that damage.
6.
6 damage. All right.
I didn't use my stuff for good. I didn't know how to do it.
I'm so proud!
And sorry. And I hit him that last time. Then don't hit my friend. And then I just get him and disintegrates.
Wow. Porter kind of withers away, and Graven, you feel this tight sort of force around your hand, and then it loosens, and the ring sort of slips off almost as if it grew in size, and you hear it kind of ting, 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 ting to the floor.
Thank God.
And the hounds, they sort of see the ring, and they...
I'm gonna make a snag for it. I'm gonna try to grab
give
it.
me a dexterity, just a dexterity check.
Dexterity check.
Yep.
Dogs are gonna try to bring it to his
Dexterity.
whoever. What's his name?
10.
10. You reach for it as quickly as you can, but it gets out of your fingers and it just moves away a couple feet on the ground there. And this isn't. It is your turn right now. Okay.
Okay.
That's true.
So that was like a free if you were able to quickly snag it. But what are you doing now? I'll let you pick it up.
I'm going for it.
Okay, great. So
Yeah.
we'll say that you do so. You reach down and you pick it up and you sort of keep it away from the dogs. And you can see them kind of.
Be gone. If I have a second here, I'm gonna kind of try to start lighting up my Radiance of the Dawn, like
Give me an intimidation check.
Come on, dogs, get some.
intimidation.
I thought we were gonna get some cool dogs.
Try to fucking bite me.
I have a few of the ring now.
I take out a
Maybe
piece of
they
dried
listen
meat.
to you.
That'd be
Intimidation.
nice, honestly. We're gonna just
Right?
have some undead dogs walking
19.
19. I'll roll.
Yes.
I'll roll
Ooh,
for
scary
both of
boy.
the dogs.
around. Very scary boy.
They both fail. You see them kind of cower away from the light, and you sort of holding the ring in its possession now, unsure of who its master is. And they start to sort of slowly...
Can you understand me?
They don't say anything or indicate. They start to slowly and like with tails tucked, creeping around the edge of the wall. They look like they're heading toward their...
Okay,
coffin.
okay, good. Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
rest.
I just realized something.
Oh no.
No.
You have to make your intimidation with disadvantage. Because
Oh,
that's
that's
an ability
true.
check.
That's true. Okay. So that one, I
was
rolled
a
an
19.
18. 13.
Okay.
14.
Oh, okay.
Great.
So 14.
So it still works. And they sort of slowly creep around
You're
the
still
Good call.
exterior of the
Goodness.
room.
Yes.
And they look like they're creeping towards their coffins.
Rest.
And they crawl in very slowly. And the openings to the coffins are not very big, and they're sort of oddly sort of disformed undead bodies. They have to like squeeze through, and you hear it kind of...
Buddies. Okay, necromancy is the worst.
Just scratch the butt if you do it.
Is there anything to like close that they kind of have they?
The lids kind of opened up to
Yeah,
allow them
I'm
to
gonna,
come over. Give me a strength check.
Okay.
And you
Can I try to close the other one?
Yeah, you can. Yours with disadvantage. Yours athletics with disadvantage. Yours not with disadvantage.
Athletics?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
18.
Might as well have been.
Nice.
You rolled the same number.
The trick is to make him roll with disadvantage.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Great. So Beezaura kind of goes to pull it over. It looks like it might be stuck on the edge of it. Give it a pull. One of them, you're able to.
I'll close that one and I'll come over to her.
Great. And with the two of you both doing it, you can sort of slide it in place.
Is there any the remains of what he did?
He was sort of spectral spiritual, so you don't see anything remaining of him there.
You're right.
I think so. I've been poisoned in some way, and I honestly don't know if the ring is still having the same effect. I'm gonna wait. I don't have it on anymore.
No, you're right.
You have it in your hand. Yeah,
My hand.
Grab it.
Come on.
Start this fight all over again.
Should we try to find out?
I suppose we try to find Harvest.
Let's go.
All right.
Is there anything you think you should look into here while we're down
I
here?
don't know. The thing that he came out of, that's a closed.
Yeah, it never opened because he sort of drifted up out of it as a spirit. Yeah.
Any curiosity? You want to look inside?
Jesus.
I guess I can if you want me to.
Why not? And we'll try to take a look.
Push it up and open. The two of you are able to do so, and kind of the lid slides over to the side, and you see a skeletal, remains of Porter Senior, and he's sort of lying with his hands crossed, leaning back, and one finger is sticking up, sort of in his resting spot.
I don't think I should put this on there.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
I don't know who his patron was, but
As soon as you put that ring on him, I'm sure someone will appear.
something will happen. Let's try to find Harvest again.
He would know better than we do.
Is there any goodies in there that I can see?
I mean, there's some people have placed things at some of the caskets and things.
But no, jewelry or anything on the body?
No, not on the body. No.
Okay. Just a skeleton.
Great.
Yep. Should we go?
Yes.
All right then. I'm gonna push the thing.
Pull it back over. Sort of hollow footsteps down the hall. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Oh my god.
Guys, that was...
Well done!
You almost died on an errand.
Can we just... We're never leaving anyone anywhere ever
job.
alone.
Oh my god.
Ever again. Ever.
Well done. We will return to find out what has come of Harvest, who, as far as you can tell, escaped. I mean, you heard him continuing to... You never heard him sort of... the death knell.
There wasn't a hand in the
piece of
hound's
Harvest
mouth
in the hound.
Oh shit, Harvest.
As they go and they're carrying his body. Like, I think.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my god.
And then we will see what the rest of Tuktu has in store.
Goodness.
Evening progresses.
Coolest city ever.
You're in Tuktu, a little bit of excitement
Sick city.
already, a little bit of scamming going on. Thank you guys so much for joining us as always. We will return after just a quick dinner break, and then we'll dive back into it.
Yes, Night Munch resubscribed.
Nice.
And also,
Vanished Ropers gifted 5 subs.
yes,
yeah.
thank you so much.
much.
It's so nice. And we've got some new followers. Thank
That's
you,
great.
friends.
Welcome, everybody. Again, this bears repeating just because we may as well while people are coming by. We just finished a big story arc, and we're just starting the beginning of a new one. So if you're sort of coming to it new, you obviously don't necessarily know all the character backstories, but this is a great time to sort of
That's okay, neither
get
do we.
into it. Yeah. Because
I don't know my cows.
you don't need to
Shit,
sort of
I'm
know the
shit,
context of the mission that they're on quite yet. We're sort of starting something new. So welcome. We hope you enjoy, and we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, be right back.
See you guys in a little bit.
Okay, go back.
Welcome back, everybody,
Wowie.
to our 50th episode
Yeah.
of A Peek Beneath the Veil.
Yeah.
We just concluded a fight in the crypt of Porter Sr.
So spicy.
Piece of shit. P.S.
Yes.
That one makes more sense.
And we will return to the crypt where Graven and Beezaura feed along the stone. You make the U-turn around the edge. And you start to see where the staircase ascends back out into the graveyard. Get back out into the open air. And you look around, and you see Harvest. He's sitting, sort of hands around his knees, and head down, sort of just off to the right, at the foot of the crypt here. And he hears you approach.
Are you okay?
I am. Thanks to you. I didn't know that was going to happen.
That was my assumption.
I don't have a lot more to give you, I'm afraid. But I am glad that you made it out of there alive.
This was news to you, obviously.
Yes. Devastating news for the Tuktu chapter of the Langolaren.
Will you inform them?
No. I'd like their memory of Porter Sr. to live on as is. And if I could trouble you for one more thing, I would ask that you also not tell anyone.
Do you have any idea who his patron might have been?
No, but I will be personally looking into that.
And will he be affected by this forever?
Oh,
The curse was broken,
I believe. Do you feel the effects of it? I would say that you could keep the ring, but I doubt that it retains any of its power, even the good parts.
Truly would retain nothing?
I don't know.
Well, I am going to keep it. We'll see.
I would prefer that it stays here, but I understand.
I would warn you to be careful in your quest to find the truth of Porter. But I'm sure that you can sense the importance of that already.
The reputation of the Tuktu Langolaren is already greatly diminished.
What would it mean if this news did get out?
We would be exiled from the community.
Exile.
No longer considered a true Langolaren. For some of us that might not mean much, but for those of us, myself included, who one day wish to return home, that would be a fantasy.
Well, I cannot ask you for what you do not have. We will remain silent.
Of course.
The story will go that we were able to leave the ring down there. And I suppose that means... How do I report it to the Broken Crown to receive the bounty?
If you come back to my home, I'll sign a document that you can take to them.
Should we get this done now?
We can.
Let's.
I think that's
We have
best.
to get our horses anyway.
He gets up slowly.
Do you need help?
No. You plan to keep it, then? I have 23 gold and 2 silver in a box at my home.
To be completely honest, I worry that this will make its way onto that finger, and that things will go even worse than they did for us. I consider it keeping it safe.
I'll make a separate container for it. It would mean a lot to the community to have that ring returned. Come with me for me to sign the document. Perhaps I can trade you something.
Let's go for now.
You make your way back around the corner, back to his home. Opens it up and lights a little candle. You see kind of a sparse, cozy interior. There's a couch, a little fireplace. It seems like it's a one room. His bed's in the corner, like it's just kind of a little one room area.
Mm-hmm.
Allow me to. And he roots through kind of a chest that he has.
Oh my goodness.
Take the chest.
Just steals it and runs.
I have a sort of special tonic that was granted to us by a healer a time ago. And he takes out this little sort of jug that's probably, a little larger than your hand. Doesn't look like a potion bottle, but like it has a cork in the top. It protects you against a fatal blow. It only works once, but it has some magic to it. Perhaps of more value to you than the ring. Maybe I have something else. And he puts that down.
As he's looking, I'm just going to turn to Graven. That seems to be really important to him.
I know.
I don't want anything bad to happen, but he's willing to give up only the sparse things that he has just to keep it with him.
Give me this night to think about it. I'll come back to you tomorrow.
I think that's fair.
Just the document for now, please.
Yes, of course. Puts away, sort of closes the trunk. And he goes to a drawer, takes it out. And it seems like he had a document already prepped. It has some writing on it, and it looks like writing that there's 2 different handwritings on it. It looks like there was like an official document of the Broken Crown that he then filled in some details of. He takes the quill. There's a Broken Crown tent near the southern road entrance to the 2nd District. You can take it there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Glad you were able to make it out.
Well, I'll wait to hear from you then.
Yes. I'll turn and go.
Rest up.
While you're gone, I'll see if I have anything else that might interest you.
Oh my god.
Appreciate it.
It's just killing me.
One question.
Yes.
Do you know of the inventor Reina Kiros?
Yes, of course. She lives here in the 4th District.
She's here.
Yes.
Where?
He describes her house to you.
Oh my goodness,
no.
Her house is number 7 on the map.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
kind of on the way to the tavern.
Tonight?
No,
Just
it's
calm
like
down.
1 in the morning.
Let's just get it on.
To be fair, Harvest was willing to receive you because he had a very specific mission. A lot of people probably would not answer their door with someone knocking on it at 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
That's true.
Goodness.
Has anyone you know gotten sick? Have you been sick?
I have not, but I know that some people have, yes.
What are their symptoms?
Usually nausea. I think some people had some blackouts.
Do you know of anyone with blackened fingernails?
You see him think for a moment. Maybe. Why? Is that symptomatic of a larger issue?
Protect them.
What does that mean?
I will say no more.
Be careful.
Good night.
Goodbye for now.
Good night.
You see him kind of watch you exit out, and he watches you step a couple steps down the street. And
This guy.
so,
I can't.
guys unhitch your horses. Walking them back in the direction of Crespos.
Can I say something to Graven?
Yeah. Please.
I know you're nervous about him having the ring, but
That is-
holding on to it could also...
It is already a heavy burden you will bear to keep this secret. For him to know that that ring will not make its way onto that finger,
Just for him to have it may just restore
he
his-
doesn't want it. He wants it to rest.
I understand. Well, in any case,
I think perhaps it has no properties any longer. Perhaps it is useless, but we could maybe use the night to figure out if it does.
Okay. There's one other thing.
What?
I would also like to go see Reyna.
Perhaps in the morning?
Yes, she, I believe, has something waiting for me.
Something waiting for you. An invention?
I'm not sure exactly.
Chess piece?
I don't know. If you remember, there was a halfling that I met up with. I don't know if you...
Sure.
Well, he left me a note saying if I made it to Tuktu to go see her, and he left something with her for me. I haven't told the others, so
Well,
if we could keep a lot of things to ourselves that happened tonight,
I
I'd
would,
appreciate it. But I thought you should know, because I want to tag along.
Well, it seems like... Ay. I would have words with her in private as well. We can go with each other, but
That's
I'd like
fine.
to speak with her in private.
I understand.
We'll see if we feel like we need to make an excuse, or... Do you want to not tell them that we're seeing her at all?
I can say that I heard that she might be related to the chess pieces. No one knows of the names that I have.
All right.
Or if you want to say we didn't get the parchment signed for the Broken Crown yet and we have to go back in the morning.
No, that's much too elaborate.
Just
Just
sure-
spitballing here.
I'm sure
I'm
we'll
just
have...
riffing, come on.
I'm sure we'll have an opportunity tomorrow to go. We
Sure.
may not even have to mention anything at all.
That's fine.
All right.
And whatever you decide with the ring, I'll back you up on that.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Slowly, exhausted, you guys gotta make your way back. Crespos. Lights are still on there. A little bit of din from the inside. It's not loud. You make your way back. You find Safira, Orba, and Erland waiting there.
You're back inside, right?
We were
believe they were.
we were, yeah.
Yeah. So you open the door. And again, Crespo sort of looks at you. You sort of kind of make your way in. You switch up the music. It's rather grim.
Can I kind of, as he kind of like looks to them, can I kind of like wave him down a little bit? Like
We're in
the
the shed.
I think we said after like a half hour.
That
Oh, we're gonna get
back
back to it.
so
Yeah.
that they would know where we were.
Good.
So Crespo sort of sees you.
They're with us.
Let me know if you need anything.
He's gonna try to swindle you into paying a silver for a drink. How'd it go?
There was a few road bumps.
Okay.
Like a pothole?
We got...
What happened?
Sure. We got the contract.
Oh,
Come drop it off in the morning.
brilliant. Okay.
And you're no longer cursed?
No.
I don't think so.
All right.
I'll find out tonight when I rest.
They didn't offer us a place to stay, did they? Because we have a shed and it's got 4 beds, so...
No.
Okay, well, that's fine.
No. However, I'm gonna take out the ring. I do still have the ring.
No, you kept it.
How is that allowed, considering the contract?
We delivered it, and we broke the curse on it.
Okay, I feel like maybe you're leaving out details, but yeah.
I'm still deciding whether to leave this with the Langoliran.
What's the decision?
Its owner, its original owner, the family line passed down. The original man was a warlock,
Oh. Is that
and that was news to everyone.
okay? That's not allowed?
Not in that community, certainly. But I am afraid that even with the curse broken, that it could be dangerous for it to stay here, so... it is with
You
me
mean
for
stay
now.
here with the Langoliran?
Yes.
And this isn't some sort of... This wouldn't follow us around if we keep the ring?
I don't think so. I
What
will
is it?
perhaps take tonight to see if I can
It's not still
divine
cursed,
anything
is
from it. I
No.
don't believe so.
Don't think so.
Okay, well... I mean, what's the point of keeping it if it's not got any properties?
Gold?
I mean, we should maybe
I
see if we
don't
can
plan
sell
on
it.
selling it.
I understand your argument, though. It's hard to leave it with people who might have a hard time resisting
Temptation
returning
to
it.
do anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
What happens if they don't, resist the temptation to return it?
I
Do you
don't
know?
know. I don't know what happens, but there is a crypt with this dead warlock that has been awaiting this ring.
And you don't think it should get to him?
No.
All right, well, then hold on to it, I guess.
I will.
Sorry, I guess we...
It's all right.
Okay.
Perhaps, Orba, if you'd like to take the chest that we got from the woods and see if you can figure out any properties of the items in there, and I will...
It's mostly just
work
trying to
on
figure
this.
out if anything's magical, right, more worth our money or time or whatever than, the
Before we-
bounty would be.
Yes, before we turn in the chest.
What
Yeah.
time is it right now?
It's
2
late.
o'clock in the morning.
Oh my god.
Do we want to maybe
We should
sleep?
rest.
Did
Yes.
anyone eat anything or drink? Or...
I mean, we can have some... I'm going to kind of pull out rations out of my
They're
bag.
overcharging here significantly.
We're new, we're travelers, so they're taking advantage.
If anybody
and
wants
I feel we
anything,
better save our money.
I can spare.
Sure.
I mean, I've got rations. I'll be fine eating for tonight.
If
So.
Beezaura's
I'll take
offering.
Yes, I'll take it.
a dinner, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna get
He's
4.
like, Crespo seems like he's busy, but you see the other woman who kind of walks up. Hello, I'm Dottie,
Hi.
Crespo's wife.
And there's soup. Do
It's
you
like
have...
a stew, yeah.
How much is the stew?
A stew is a little bit of stew, a little bit of bread, 2 silver for a serving.
I'll take 4.
Excellent. She seems like very excited about that. And she goes over.
So that's gonna pay for the supplies for the soup.
Safira, are you
Well,
sure?
I mean, yeah, cheers. If you're gonna buy me, I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, miss. I'll
And
take
she's already
5.
carrying some.
One more.
Poison. So 1 gold for 5.
Delicious stew.
That's
I got
good.
that.
It's not terribly delicious. It's kind of
Nutritious too?
Yeah, it's
So we only used a third day's rations then today, yeah?
Yeah.
yes,
we did.
because you had dinner and breakfast paid separately. So yes.
Yeah.
Well, eat up, and I think we should get some rest.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to expend the last bit of my energy to at least detect what is magical in the chest. We'll go to sleep, and then I will try to identify something tomorrow.
Okay.
I think rest is the priority right now.
Sorry. In the short rest thing with the magical items, you couldn't lump that in with a long rest and still get the rest.
Cheater.
That is. It would just take an additional hour, as if you took a short rest in addition. You know what I mean?
Wake up an hour later.
You're basically
Yes,
declaring,
you would wake
I'm
up
taking a
that.
short rest, but to do this.
Even if we like set watches and sat on our watch.
Yeah, that means you're all waking up 2 hours later if you're setting watches. You know what I mean? Because to take watches, you have to stagger them. Yeah.
Waking up an hour later than us.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
You would
If you wake up an hour later, you can take that hour to attempt to identify the item or whatever.
You're asking for me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're basically just
Sorry.
taking a
Sorry.
short rest immediately followed by a long rest. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That you wouldn't
So you'd wake up an hour later than everyone else.
Is that what we're doing?
Oh, I was thinking.
I think she's just gonna cast detect.
I was going to
magic.
detect magic,
now.
identify which item is magical, sleep, wake up, and then be like, I'm going to take a short rest and figure out what is up with this item.
Cool. Let's both do
But she
that.
says that in totally canon.
I was not about to try
I'm
to
sorry.
skirt my way through that as I was
sorry.
explaining it.
I've been
Great.
dummy.
You guys you all sort of finish up, and you sort of walk back out around the back of Crespos. You see the Beezaura and Graven seeing it for the first time, kind of like, like meager kind of accommodations.
Horrible will, I guess, lock it from the
We'll lock up. I'd like to speak with Safira quickly.
outside?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We'll lock up.
Why don't you go inside? Come with me to the horse, and we'll take a look at these items real quick.
Oh, I wouldn't leave the items with your horse, my friend. I would bring it in.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
tying up the horses next to the shed, or you not?
Yeah.
Was that?
And I'm going to grab my saddlebags.
Anything valuable inside.
Yeah. I'll still bring your
All right. Take a moment to just.
Secede the place.
Yeah.
Let's go inside.
Okay.
We'll
You two
we'll
can-
lock up on the way in.
Okay, here you go. I'll give you the things.
You walk in. There aren't so much beds as straw mattresses on the floor, but it's something.
That's fine.
They can take the other beds. I'll just sit on the floor. It's fine.
We could share. We cuddled really nice last time.
Okay.
You convinced me.
Thank you, Orba.
The small.
Beds are nice and appreciated.
Outside for a moment.
I would like to. I assume we're alone.
Yeah. You are.
I would like to
Really?
formally accept what you proposed when we left Mukmu in terms of helping you in whatever task or mission you're on.
Wow, really? I'm sorry, I wasn't actually prepared for anyone to say that. Yeah, thank you, Erland. I appreciate it.
You said you're in some way communicating with Massive for this task,
Not actively right now, but I can get in touch with him, yeah.
but it is the sort of lead you're following most immediately.
Yes, and I told you, and I stand by my word, as I always will, Erland. I stand by my word that if you help me find some kind of, I don't know, truth-telling potions is my first lead right now. It's not the best one. If maybe you could help me with that, I want to tell you more. I actually want to tell you more. You know that, right?
I'd like to help a little bit more than getting a truth-telling potion, I think.
Okay.
Massive offered you apotheosis, you said.
He did.
All right. My assumption is you can't do whatever he's asking alone, otherwise you would have left by yourself.
I can and I can't. It's complicated.
Sure. Whatever he's offering you, I believe he might also be able to offer me, and thus I would like to formally
of course.
accept the offer.
Right. For a moment, for just a fleeting moment, I thought you had a moment of morality, but no, it was self-interest. Yeah, okay, sure.
You accepted massive sulfur for something as well,
You don't know why I
apotheosis.
accepted you don't know why.
I assume it was a moment where your needs and your morals aligned.
Here's the difference between you and me. I don't always need my needs and my morals to align. Do you understand?
Sure. In this particular instance, what I am at least saying is, regardless of how you feel about me and my
you can
morals,
get something from my immediate superior. That's what you think.
I think I have proven.
You can manipulate me in order to make me what? Trust you?
No,
What?
I think I have proven that, given a mission, I am quite loyal.
Did you prove that?
I believe I did. We worked quite well together.
You lied.
We
to your
worked
employer
quite
multiple
well
times
together.
on multiple occasions. We work well together, Erland. I believe that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked for your help.
Exactly, and I am accepting your offer. And the reasons I am accepting that should honestly be irrelevant given my track record for success and actual
You
cooperation
have
with
a
you.
track record for more than just success. And you have to be able to admit that if you want to work with me in any kind of reasonable way. You have not been fully forthright.
I
and you
admit that I should have given Gillian more information when I had it. I honestly didn't know what we were dealing with and how large it was.
Okay.
We all have secrets. We all have secrets.
I know. And
I
I know
didn't
that some of our
realize-
secrets we need to keep for a reason, but I also have worked on a team before, and that's where I think I'm different.
Sure.
I understand that the only way we work together, and the only way we work together well, is if we can trust each other, Erland, and I can't trust you when I think you're only in it for yourself. If I can't do it. Because then I'm risking everything on Massive could say whatever the fuck to you, I'm never gonna know. I don't believe that you're gonna tell me everything. You don't like me even necessarily particularly that much. You're not aligned with what I believe in. The reason that you want to go after these camps is for some baffling reason, not the abundance of abuse and the horrors that you saw there. It's because you think that you can get something out of it. So if that's not enough for you, if seeing what's happening in the camps is not enough for you to decide that that's what makes you want to fight this fight with me, I don't know, Erland. I don't know what to tell you. Do whatever the fuck you want then. Work for yourself, but you're certainly not fucking working for me.
Safira, you have no idea.
I'm sure that's true, but you also have no idea. So you can spout, you have no idea at me, but you have no idea either. You tell me then, if I have no idea. You share something with me. You share a secret. What do I do? Do I run my mouth? No, I don't. I keep my secret perfectly well.
Freedom.
Okay. Beezaura wants her freedom? You don't think Orba wants her freedom? You don't think Graven wants his freedom?
I do.
We all want our fucking freedom, Erland. I need to be able to trust you. I need our relationship to work.
And how would you like me to prove that?
I need you to be honest with me. You're not being honest with me, Erland. You're not being honest with any of us.
What
That's
do you
true.
want to know in order for me to assist in this?
What I want to know is something that's probably going to be impossible for me to find out.
Which is?
Your character, Erland. I want to know your character. I want to know that you're a person who understands why this is important, beyond just what it can do for you.
Well, I can't prove my character at 2 in the morning in Tuktu. So.
No, you can't.
So you don't want my help then?
I need your help, Erland. I need your help. I want your help. I appreciate you offering your help, but I'm telling you, I'm gonna need more from you than just your word, because unfortunately, I can't take you at your word.
All I'm asking is when you meet with Massive, bring me along with you.
Bring you along?
Next
That's
time
a big ask.
Next time you meet with Massive, if you want my help in this specifically, I'll answer anything you want.
Fine.
If you give me an audience with Massive and yourself.
Give me the truth-telling potion.
I will try. Start heading back towards
During this time, have you been
I'll actually cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
I'll use the spell slot.
So you have both items in front of you, both the ring and the chest. Is that the idea?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a roll.
She starts and Graven's like, look at this.
Puts the ring right down on top of the chest.
What do you have in that area?
Just add that in the mix.
So first of all, what was the one Orba was sitting at first? The chest, not the ring.
chest.
Great. So you're sitting with the chest.
Yeah.
And you open it up, and you see a number of pieces of jewelry, tiara, a couple necklaces and things. Cast Detect Magic. You take a moment. You open your eyes, and you look into the contents of the box, and as opposed to before, where from a distance it was hard to tell kind of where it was coming from, you look at it, and none of the pieces of jewelry are glowing in any way. It's sort of faint and muffled. And you run your fingers along the interior of the box, and there's a little sort of tab on one of the sides.
Oh,
and you
I love that.
and the jewelry slides to one side. And there's a sort of false bottom in the chest. And it contains what look to be 2 bracelets, kind of matching bracelets. And both of them are made out of kind of natural materials, sort of twine and straw and twigs and thorns. Sort of little kind of natural bracelets. Mm-hmm. And they're glowing with the transmutation magic that you saw.
Okay, Orba's gonna take the 2 out very gently. Well, there you have it.
That looks like the dryads were being protective of something that might have actually been theirs.
It is possible, although why leave it in the chest in the tree? They had it for some time.
Maybe they only sensed it and didn't know exactly what it was.
Perhaps, yes.
Or looked in the chest and didn't see it. I don't know.
Like they're not clever like me?
No one's as clever as you.
I'm happy to try to detect what the magic is in the morning.
I think we should.
Yes. I can't help but notice this little friend made it into my peripherals.
What do you see? And you look into it, and it's very dim and very faint, a sort of flickering of magical energy, as if it's almost been pried away, but a little bit of it exists still in the object. Give me an Arcana check.
Oh no, come on.
10.
10. You have a notion that the sort of flickering magic, the item itself has at the moment lost its magical properties, but that the magic is still kept somewhere in there, that the magic is bound to the object, and there may be, you don't know how, a way to get the magic back into the object, but for now it has been suppressed.
Its magic is weak, that is for sure. Possibly not even effective. However, if we went to a wizard or somebody more skilled than I, perhaps there is a way to restore it.
So it has not fully lost.
No, there's traces, but I don't know if it will be of any use to you now.
Well, I think that, however slightly selfish it may have been, I do think that it is for the best that it is not left here.
Absolutely, if there's still any trace of magic, we do not know what that could. I don't know much about.
And I think that
warlocks.
The chance that we had to slip this onto the corpse's finger, I think, would have been.
Oh, you didn't mention that part.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could have been a little dicey.
Very.
Okay. I'm sure it was very difficult to deny these people this artifact, but it might be for the best, at least for now. You could always try and get it back to them later.
Right, as I said, I don't plan on selling it.
You or them, I think, is the only way.
I'll keep it for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, anything else that you guys found you would like? I'm at your disposal.
Don't think so.
Alright. Well, we'll see what we come up with in the morning, I guess.
Erland and Safira were to take the lock. And guys make your accommodations for the night. Is there any last minute things before we take the long rest here?
If we are locked into this shed, do we need watches?
I mean, honestly,
think so.
we're in the precinct now. I think it's probably fairly safe.
All right.
We took our valuables.
Yes,
in our
you took
saddle
your
bags,
saddle
yeah.
bags.
I think we should all get some rest. It's pretty late or
All right.
early.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Good night.
Long rest goes by. Everybody, please restore.
Oh, sweet daddy. Give it to me.
We used up a lot of stuff during that fight.
That was a rough day, man.
I don't actually know if I'm going to change my
Poison.
vote. I'm probably going to keep it.
You are still poisoned.
I'm still.
What did we fix you?
Damn it. Okay.
Oh, damn.
That's no fun at all.
I like
We gotta
this
fix you.
music.
Oh, and I obviously don't have my attuned ring.
You're no longer attuned to the ring. The attunement was broken.
Curse is broken.
Oh, sorry. Slots. Okay, that's right, because I didn't use them any at all in the last combat.
So fresh and so clean, no sepsis.
It has been remade.
Shit.
What's wrong?
Poison.
Oh, yeah, that sucks. Sorry, buddy.
Antitoxin is the opposite. That's preventative, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's preventative. Unfortunately,
Not
only
applicable.
preventative. Not applicable.
Morning comes.
Yeah.
You rise, and you can hear. It's not a busy place, but the activity's picked up around. You can already hear some of the noise and the people moving about the 4th precinct. Time has come. Morning rises. You guys are in Tuktu. What are people up to?
Did my morning check of GGG.
Nothing.
One time he's just gonna say like,
Gonna
hey,
blow
like, I can't
my
wait.
mind.
Or he never will. That'll just be sad.
So,
So,
before we collect any sort of bounty on this thing, we should... Oh, did you detect magic on it?
Oh, yes, bracelets.
oh wow.
They were in a hidden portion of the chest.
So they were protecting something.
So, if we want to,
Do you know what they are? You don't know what they are.
no, that will be my first task today.
Okay.
If we want to, we can hold off on returning the chest.
think
Either
we should
way,
find out
we're
what they are.
guaranteed 100 gold plus a bunch of that stuff looks fancy enough. Maybe not what they're looking for.
I think it's quite obvious the main thing that they were looking for.
Sure, but we could still fetch a pretty good
Oh, it
sum.
could be more valuable than.
Also, the assumption is, I assume, when we bring it back to the Broken Crown checkpoint, they're not going to check the secret compartment in front of us. We're in theory bringing back a chest.
Well, they may have been informed that there wasn't an inventory of items. It said more gold based on the
I mean,
contents
if anything,
of
if we decide
the
to keep
chest.
anything, they can drop it off and then get the hell out.
Let's see if it's worth our time first, yes?
Yeah.
Or rather, worth the coin, the bracelets.
Of course. Or, returning it to the people it belongs to. But
I think we should just return all of it. I mean, I'm with Orba.
The only reason we'd keep anything is if we find out that those bracelets benefit us dramatically in any way, you know? I don't know if they
They
will.
don't look cheap.
Alright, well, I can get to work. Where are you guys going?
Well, I guess I failed to mention this, but I ended up getting poisoned last night
Oh no. I'm
as part
sorry.
of our little jaunt. I might.
Gosh, that was. Yeah.
It was.
It was a lot.
Wasn't
to take in.
fun,
No. Sorry.
but
Do you need
I
something?
have
to come-
no.
Are
I
you
have the
alright?
ability to heal myself, but I might just ask around if there is a minor healer in the area.
Well, if anything,
gonna
we
go with
certainly
him.
know Travis, our friend at the Broken Crown outpost. He could maybe, he has medical supplies. I'm sure there's someone nearby that
I don't think I'll be going to Travis.
Well,
I
it was
wouldn't
a
go
medical
to Travis. I'd maybe go near where Travis is and find someone more competent than Travis, which is probably as easy as throwing a rock and hitting someone.
Right. Well, yes. Anyway, in any case, I'll bring that first contract to the Broken Crown for now.
I'll stay with the Tiefling then while she identifies this.
I'm gonna head over with Graven just to.
Come with me.
I suppose I'll stay behind now. I mean, for now, I obviously need to try to get a message to Armand, who's not in this precinct, so, we'll see how that goes. I'm not using Travis.
No.
Travis's little heart breaks.
He heard his name.
POS.
Travis hears his name. Aw.
So Graven and Beezaura sort of gather their things and they begin to head in the direction, or they head out the door. Is there somewhere? Are you guys staying with
gonna
Orba?
stay
Or-
with Orba, yeah.
For a while.
Go ahead and
'Cause
give
we're
me.
not
Go ahead and give me the Arcana check now.
Okay.
Oh, come on,
Come on,
baby.
come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
15.
He's just gonna close the notebook.
Identified.
That was a good look through the notebook.
Oh yes, I still have it. Okay, great.
I did it!
That's huge.
Oh.
Yay.
There's 2 bracelets?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
pair. You can.
Oh, it's a pair.
You can already tell that the bracelets are a pair of items. It's not. You need both of them to utilize the magic effects.
So Orba sits for an hour.
So you guys are staying, accompanying Orba.
Staring at her the
Yeah.
While that is going on, Graven and
God.
Beezaura.
Well, as I said, I actually can cure myself of this poison, so
Of course.
we can.
You know it, girl.
I was simply following
like,
your
I
lead,
got
Graven.
But I think that will buy us a little time to go on our
Yes. Do you
adventure.
want to drop off the...
We'll go to
First-
the broken ground first, yes. I'm gonna cast Lesser Restoration on
Sure,
myself.
you just read the description. I think that's the first time you use it.
Yeah.
I think it might be. Touch a creature and either one disease or one condition afflicting it. Condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned.
Great. So you
No longer.
feel it kind of drawing out of your blood, and you take the moment to restore.
Much better.
Good.
Yeah. Head
It's
toward the broken
Great.
ground.
You head down to that sort of lower road that heads into the city. You can see there isn't, like you've seen previously, like a formal Broken Crown station that's like a true building. It looks like a number of purple and black tents have been set up here. Due to the lockdown, they've sort of set up these little checkpoints in between the districts. The gate is closed there that leads into the second district that's sort of up against the wall. And there's a few, like I said, sort of purple and black tents or tables, a few people sort of taking notes and things. It looks like someone's sort of counting supplies that may have come in from another thing. There does appear to be someone that is sitting at sort of a large desk who may be sort of in charge there, sort of running the station there.
Get the contract out and walk over.
Can I help you? All right. Give me a moment. Takes it. He goes back into one of the tents, and it seems like he sort of shows the contract to someone who's sitting at like a chest of drawers, but small drawers. He sort of opens it up, and there's like rows of coins there that seem to be there as sort of rows. Sort of slides one out. Looks at the contract again. Sort of nods. Put it in a pouch. Ties it up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Of course. Now, I would like to know about any other outstanding bounties at the moment.
Right now, because of the close of the districts, we're not handing out contracts.
None.
No.
Not, but you're accepting.
Yes, we are authorized to pay out for contracts completed.
All right.
Sorry.
Disappointing. Well, we still have another contract to give in either way.
Sure.
Shall we make our way over to
Yes.
House of Kyros?
Sounds good.
You follow your instructions to Raina's house. And you move through the disorganized streets of the 4th Precinct. Far more residential than commercial. And those that are selling goods are often doing so from their front yards rather than from a real storefront, a curious mixture of urban and rural tendencies. Besides the roads leading into the city from Mukmu that you've seen, you were just there at the Broken Crown, there's an absence of any kind of main thoroughfare. So to find a specific seller or browse wares requires foreknowledge of their address, which you're fortunate to have received from Harvest, a more specific sort of description. Another block. You head into an area of town where the houses seem to be one small step up in quality compared to their surroundings. Still rarely more than one story, but with some with these kind of lovely little waist-high stone walls surrounding the property, and some even with painted exterior, which wouldn't normally catch your eye if not for the rows of drab cottages that you pass to get here along the way. You take a moment to identify the numbers on these homes, and you find that they aren't really in any kind of progression that would be helpful. At one point the numbers are going up, and then they kind of start going down inexplicably. But before you have to think about asking someone for help, you spot an older halfling woman in her front yard. She's standing among a few moderately sized wooden barrels, and she's using a large strainer to separate a damp substance from a yellowish-brown liquid. It looks like she's working on brewing her own beer, separating the mash after fermentation. She has on a thick white robe that's a bit dirtied around the cuffs and down at the trim down by her ankles, and her voluminous hair, streaked with gray, bobs as she kind of scoots from barrel to barrel to straighten them. She catches sight of you as you approach. Doesn't really offer up much of a reaction, and goes back to tending to what she's doing. The malts and the gruit that she's straining from the fermented beverages. You look at her address on the house. That appears to be the correct place.
Would you like to have a moment first?
Sure.
She saw you both coming down the street
Why don't
together,
we both
but
see her and...
All right.
So awkward.
you get sort of up to her property as well has one of those kind of waist-high stone walls around it. Kind of get up to the wall.
Excuse me.
She puts down what she's doing.
You wouldn't have to be Raina, would you?
She looks at you for a moment, and then she looks at Graven. I went nearly a century before setting eyes on my first Goliath. Could hardly believe it when I finally saw one. Nearly 8 feet tall, and got to look down on everyone they passed. Now that sounds like the life.
That's a big smile.
And now I've met 2 in just this year alone. You just can't predict these things.
Funny.
I am Raina. Can I help you?
My name is Beezaura. And you may have something for me?
Do I? I know all the names of my customers, and Beezaura is not one of them.
Do you know the name of Ferd?
I don't discuss the information of my other clients.
Would you like any privacy?
Sure.
Oh.
Thank you.
Take a block or two. Walk.
Are you 2 here on behalf of the Lakafuyu?
I am not. But I should tell you that the harvest was unusually bountiful this year.
You see her, there's kind of a stool nearby, and she sits down. I am sorry to hear that. And she looks around for a moment. Sees that Graven's kind of wandered down the street a bit. Dead?
I don't think so, but I'm not incredibly sure.
Perhaps you could come inside and we can discuss it further.
I'd like that. Thank you.
She kind of finishes up. She slides a couple lids up onto her barrels. And she leads you up to the foot of her door. And she seems like she's just about to open the door, and then she turns to you one more time. Before I let you in, I should ask you, what is your opinion on the use of myconid extract?
Well, I know it has not done a bunch of good. So.
But capable of great good in the right hands.
It seems that is what they're trying to prove.
Opens it up.
Tap dancing.
Mr. Jones, I need everybody to leave the room for me for a
Stop!
Oh my god!
Grab your masks for a moment.
Yep.
Wander.
See ya.
Yep. Full respect. I'll have my phone and I won't be watching. Text me when
Graven
I return.
is just having a fucking...
Oh,
I did not know how to answer this.
Okay. That's fine.
We'll miss you.
Fine.
Everything's always fine when we leave.
What the heck?
What's going on?
Oh my god, oh I can't get out. Okay.
Get me out of here.
Give your phone. Grab one.
Yes, I have my phone.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my gosh.
so you step into. You step inside Raina's home to find a little workshop. Not terribly surprising for an inventor. But instead of rows of hanging tools, containers full of raw materials, measuring devices, and the like, you see a space that's more akin to a potion master's lab. There's tubes and vials, buckets, barrels, funnels, a few cauldrons hanging by the fireplace. And the smell that washes over you is one of a sweet, alcoholic nature, like that of a warm mead. Raina motions to a small table with a couple of stools next to it. It's barely big enough for two people to sit at. She fetches a pair of mugs and uses a ladle to scoop something from one of the nearby barrels, taking her time and even sipping one of them before pouring another hearty helping into it. And she holds the two mugs and wanders over. Don't worry. No extract in this. I would not waste it so casually.
Thank you.
And she says, how do you know Ferd?
I didn't at first, and he found me in Mukmu.
Some connection between the two of you in your past?
I believe so. His family was not treated right, and wanted a little bit of revenge.
Such is the halfling life.
That is true.
Halflings have the power to persevere. It's in our blood.
Cheers to that.
And she sips. And it has kind of a flowery apple flavor, sort of fresh and crisp, but also textured with some spices. Has kind of a complex sour aftertaste that puckers your taste buds a little bit in a pleasing way. It's in our blood. She puts down the mug. I was told this my whole life. And even though you are much younger than I imagine you've heard the same. It's in our blood. But born into a servant family, the only things that I saw in halfling blood were disadvantages. A small stature that made us physically inferior to most races. A culture that heavily stigmatized complaints and outbursts, so that demanding to be treated fairly made you an outcast. 8 major cities in Antisuyu and a dozen other large settlements, and not a single halfling in a position of public power. 200 or more members of the illustrious Light Whistle Estate Club, and not a single one of them is one of us. Having perseverance in your blood is a meaningless platitude. The perseverance to continue living, a rat has that kind of perseverance. Real perseverance is the desire to always strive to be better, and the will to do so, every day, every generation. Ferd knew this as well as I do, and perhaps you as well.
I am starting to realize that as well, yes.
Ferd asked me to design a series of products, the first of which I have completed. He had spoken with a scientist in Iramapura about some interesting findings. It is a well-known fact that halflings are resistant to many types of poisons that would normally harm another creature. You would know this. You have resistance to poison, obviously. But never in Antisuyu's history has this ever been more of a minor benefit until now. Consumable myconid products saw a massive spike in popularity when it was revealed that they granted the user incredible power. But quickly people realized that the extract in its pure form has devastating side effects. And now they favor products like myconid-infused crops and potions that are heavily diluted and come with fewer risks. What this scientist discovered was that a halfling's body has the ability to process myconid products far more efficiently than most creatures if delivered the right way, such as through the use of alcohol, which absorbs very quickly into the blood. Done correctly, one only needs the smallest whiff of vapors through a heated extract to provide a significant boost to its consumer. And this is where Ferd came to me. And Rena gets up, takes a long sip of her beverage, places it on the table, and she motions for you to wait. She retreats into another room, and after 30 seconds or so of a little bit of shuffling, picking something up, she returns with something in her hands. There's a number of straps that would seem to imply that it's something to be attached to your body, that it sort of somehow buckles, attaches, hard to tell exactly how. It's not quite a piece of clothing, nor quite a piece of armor. There's this sort of partial breastplate that has 3 dials on it. Fittings that look like they go up over your shoulders, and then 3 thin metal tubes that look like they would go along your back, that are kind of forged together into this one unit. And there's these little caps on the top of each of the tubes, almost like a metal quiver. Like it has the appearance of a quiver, but smaller and thinner, that would be worn on your back. This is the first prototype of the draft jacket. The intention is to make more pieces that utilize the same technology, but you have to start somewhere. May I show you how it works?
Please.
She brings it over and sort of puts it on the table. Lifts it up, and she holds it up over your head. So there's the metal tubes, and then the breastplate, and then the 2 straps, and she's holding it by the straps kind of up over your head.
Okay.
And she puts it, and it rests on your shoulder. So there's a little piece in the front with the dials,
and then the
straps,
tubes.
and then the tubes. And then there's a little part that she pulls it around your waist, and she kind of cinches it. So it kind of sits there. The tubes on your back contain alcoholic beverages, fermented with some rare ingredients that affect how they react with the myconid extract, which is stored here. And she points to the kind of base of the tubes where there's these little kind of caps on the bottom that look like there's a little sort of reservoir at the bottom, very, very small. An incredibly small amount, less than a thimble's worth for each tube, and yet it should last for years. This is because the extract in a liquid form is not what mixes with the delivery agent, the alcohol. After using these dials on the front, and she points to them, a bit of rock salt is released into the myconid extract, which reacts and creates heat, enough to produce vapors that combine with the alcohol, and the final product becomes drinkable through this mouthpiece. And she reaches up to your shoulder, and there's kind of a little tube that comes out, and it comes out just below your chin, this little thing that you can kind of put your mouth on. And she hasn't sort of operated it yet, but she's showing you where the mouthpiece is. Now, this draft jacket was made specifically with combat in mind, but it was Ferd's vision that other versions would be created that amplify other aspects of life, such as one's ability to study, retain information, or aptitude with magic and spellcasting. He always said that the first draft jackets would not be for him, that he would find someone brave enough and worthy enough to be the pioneer in this endeavor. He must have felt that way about you. One of the most powerful substances in the world, and it is we, lowly halflings, who have the ability to use it best. Finally, it's in our blood actually means something. Ferd spoke often of the Light Whistle Estate Club. He believed that armed with a draft jacket, one could be powerful enough to take on the most dangerous tasks and earn chess pieces to become the first halfling member in its history. Once inside, he wished to start a halfling-specific chapter of the club that would raise the esteem to the level that we deserve. I do not know if you share Ferd's grand vision for the future, but since he trusted you with this item, I thought you should know.
Thank you for sharing, and it is an honor to carry on Ferd's vision and yours this way for all of us halflings.
You are very humble.
I have to say, if I'm being honest, I have been asked to retrieve chess pieces for somebody else.
Not for yourself or this purpose, obviously.
No, but it has been in the back of my mind whether I should not turn them in.
But this person threatens your livelihood, do they not?
They do.
Perhaps with the draft jacket, you are able to acquire pieces at a quick enough rate that you may give some to this person and still retain some for yourself, thus granting you a longer leash.
That sounds like the best of both. Do you know how many it usually takes to be in the Light Whistle Estate Club?
1 of every piece, and 2 of every pawn.
Well, maybe with the little bit of power that I have gained now, or the lot, I'll be able to do it.
Like I said, Ferd believed that whoever would be granted this was not under the obligation to complete what he wished to do. However, Ferd saw something in you, and I will give you this jacket in the hopes that you will do something for us as a people.
I think I can do it.
Allow me to show you more specifics. And she takes a hold of the kind of dials on the front. This is Beezaura's draft jacket. So these are the 3 dials that are on the front, and they correspond to the 3 tubes along the back. Each one has 4 parts in it. So there's 4 parts of one tube, 4 parts of another, 4 parts of a third. There's 3 types: force, pink, and this is all in here. Fortitude, which is blue, and finesse, which is yellow. Now, that's just the name she's given to the liquids. It's really like an alcoholic kind of mix. It's like a mead kind of thing. It's like a sweet kind of that has different ingredients. So you start with 4 parts of each. And to make a liquid, you pick a base and then a mixer, which is 2 parts of one thing and 1 part of another, which is on your recipe sheet on the back.
Oh my gosh.
So, for example, this top one is 2 parts force, 1 part fortitude. So you would turn the dial and go to turn down 2 parts force and 1 part fortitude, leaving you with now this many. Mm-hmm. Once a tube is depleted down to 0, you can no longer obviously make a recipe that requires that kind of liquid. And then you are granted the effects from that mixture. So it takes a bonus action for anything. So you sort of turn the dials, and then a little liquid kind of comes through the tube. You drink the liquid, and you gain the powers from it on the back. There's more details that you can kind of read through, and we can obviously go through. An important thing is, the draft jacket can be I'll read this from the top. The draft jacket can be discreetly worn under loose-fitting clothing or a piece of chest armor. So you can hide it. It's not immediately obvious that you're wearing it if you wish to. Its mild restriction of movement disables the use of maneuvers. This draft jacket takes the place of your maneuvers. All the D8, goading strike, this replaces that. It is a totally new system. However, you will find that some of the things have similar effects. There's similar combat boosting abilities. In fact, one of them is basically kind of a better rally, sort of the call. It's like a version of that. So it replaces those, but it has its own kind of system that you can look at. You do have to, every short rest, you turn the dials back to 4. So you take a moment during a short rest to kind of vent the tubes. You sort of unlock them and kind of heat comes out as the reactions have created this kind of heat. And then you refill them with a little bit of ingredients. And there's a little more information about refilling them as well. But every short rest, you can turn the dials back up to 4.
Great.
Thank you.
So she shows you, she kind of tinkers with it a little bit, and you don't have to read all this information now.
Raina, I am traveling with others. Should they know about it?
I don't see why they couldn't know if you trust them. As I said, the device only works for halflings, so it would be unbeneficial for them to take it from you.
I like that.
That's my favorite part.
There's never much special for halflings.
Now there is.
Thanks to you.
I'm working on other pieces, like I said. Hopefully, somewhere down the line, months from now, I might be able to send you another piece, or if you make it through Mukmu, you're welcome to stop by.
I would like that very much. I have to say, I'm pretty excited.
And she gets a little solemn for a moment after the sort of excitement of showing you how it works. Do you think that Ferd is going to make it?
Well, we found ourselves in a bit of a fire, but...
A fire that he started, perhaps.
Yes. He did make it out, but with the authorities, so... He very well might be alive, but...
Imprisoned.
I think he's captured. If anything, I would love to make it back and try to get him out.
That may be difficult, but for someone who is in the estate club, maybe not so difficult.
I agree.
Your Goliath friend.
Yes.
He is with the Lakafuyu, perhaps?
To be honest, I don't know much about his past, but he is a good Goliath. The one you met before, this year. Was he not kind to you?
No, it wasn't that. The previous one was a client of mine.
Oh.
But apparently she went missing. I was visited here by members of the Lakafuyu of Mukmu, who said that they could not find her, but found a note in her belongings that was written by me about her order that she had placed. They came to question me, and I told them what I knew. You say you trust this Goliath, and he is not with the Lakafuyu.
I am not sure if he has a strong connection with them, but I do trust him. Very much so.
That means more than anything he could say. So I will speak with him.
Thank you. He will appreciate talking to you. And thank you again, and I will do you proud.
I hope to hear your name, Beezaura, when people speak of what is being done for halflings.
I can guarantee that you will.
I believe you.
And thank you for sharing your ale. It is unique but delicious.
Go ahead, take your jacket, and send along your friend.
I will.
She gets up, opens the door. Now, do you put it on underneath your armor? Put it in your bag? What are you doing with it?
I'm going to put it on underneath my armor for now.
Great. It does not require attunement because it's not a magic item,
Right.
so you don't have to spend time with anything like that. It's just you sort of hook it up. If you weren't wearing it, it would take a full action to put it on, but you can have it on already under your clothes.
Yeah, I'm going to put it on.
So great. So you sort of strap it on, put your armor on, sort of chain. I think you have chainmail. Is that what you have?
Yeah.
Yeah. You sort of put it over, and once you have the chainmail on, I mean, it's a little bulky, but you wouldn't notice unless you were, specifically looking for it.
And I'm just going to turn back and be like, thank you again. And it just makes me stand a little bit taller, even though I'm obviously not. And just
You start to head out. I will text the others to tell them to come back. So you can take if you have any questions about the specific recipes, we can go through those.
Yeah.
And you don't have to hide that from them
everything,
because they're gonna see the thing. So there's that part there on the side. If you hand that to me for a second, that I can go through really quickly. This just says. It's vented during a short rest. The necessary ingredients for refilling can be purchased at any medium or larger sized town. So any decent sized town. It doesn't take super rare ingredients. It costs 50 gold for 1 week's worth of refills. So you can just say that you shop around town for the refills. And it takes up 1 small inventory slot.
Okay, great.
But she gives you a week's worth right now. So you don't have to fetch the ingredients right now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Come on back in.
My goodness.
Okay.
What's up, Leah? How you doing?
Nothing much.
Can I talk now?
Happen.
What? I see a thing.
What is that? What's that over there?
That's a thing.
What is that?
There's a thing.
Why?
I'm the coolest.
Graven, who's sort of out in the thoroughfare, kind of waiting. She watches Beezaura disappear into the home.
Mm-hmm.
They're in there for maybe 30 minutes. Door opens back up, and Beezaura steps out. She doesn't look any different, as far as you can tell. Reyna's kind of right behind her, steps at the threshold of the door. Beezaura takes a couple steps down, across the yard, gets to the sort of stone wall on the perimeter. She exits out through the gate.
You alright?
I'm great, actually. She's willing to speak with you.
So glad. Did you tell her anything about me?
No, I just said that I trust you, and that was enough for her.
Okay, good. Thank you. I don't imagine I'll be long.
Okay, she seems to know the woman Goliath. She happened to mention that the Lakafuyu came and spoke to her about her being missing.
I know this.
And she wanted to make sure you were not... She asked me if you were affiliated with them, and I said I didn't know the extent of your affiliation, but I trust you very much.
All right.
And she was pleased by that. So, she is
Great.
a nice woman.
Thank you. I'm going to go in now.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'll wait out here.
And as you move into the perimeter of the property past the wall, she steps down off her porch and moves to meet you. I think you and I will talk here, if you don't mind.
Fair enough. Do you mind giving us just a little space?
Oh, I don't think she even
No,
followed
no.
you in.
Okay.
You
Oh,
walked
yeah.
in past the wall.
I see, all right.
Staying by the
So you're in her
Got it.
front yard there, just you and Rain.
Got it. The other Goliath that you have seen. She came to you.
She was a client.
And you do not speak of clients.
If you spoke with Solomon, you already know that I am designing a wheelchair for her. She had 3 requests about the nature and construction of the wheelchair. 1, that it be capable of a short burst of self-propulsion. 2, that it have compartments for concealed weapons. And 3, that it be fire-resistant. I did not tell this to Solomon, but I tell this to you.
Did you know her personally?
Only as a client. Our relationship was a business one. But I liked her. Whenever she wanted an update on my work, she would come to visit in person rather than send a note. And she always brought gifts. There is a particular strain of elderflower that grows in the hills of Raventhorn, which adds a delightful flavor to my beer. She would bring a bushel each time she came to check on me.
I fear that it is my fault that she is missing.
Why do you say this?
We were of the same tribe, she and I.
You're looking awfully small there, Goliath. The wheelchair was not the only product I was asked to design by Lady Sangri-La. Before that, she wanted a small carrying device that could be attached to a common bird but still allow it to fly. She never told me what specifically she planned to use it for, though I always wondered why she would go through so much trouble rather than use a courier. Originally, she wanted to know if the carrying device could allow travel over a great distance. The exact phrase she used was, "all the way to Finlock Forest." I do not think that such a device could be made, and I told her this. But I fashioned one that was able for a bird to carry it for a shorter distance. So she asked for several of them.
She received these items.
Yes.
When was the last time that you saw her?
I more recently saw her perhaps a little less than 2 weeks ago. Our original communication over the commission of the bird devices was 8 months, perhaps 9.
All right. You have no other relationship to the Lakafuyu other than through business with her?
Only that I don't trust them.
Why?
The Lakafuyu have their largest presence in Tuktu, on the entire continent. Their reputation here is mixed.
They are unloved.
They are unpredictable. There are those who believe that they masquerade under religious piety to further their own goals.
Do you think that of Shangri-La?
No. I don't think Lady Shangri-La truly believes she is Lakafuyu.
That would make sense. Did she have any other name that you know of?
No.
Why do you share these things with me?
Because I like Beezaura.
I do too. Thank you. If there is any way that I can find her, I'll certainly send word.
I would appreciate that. If you talk to Solomon, I will deny everything I told you.
Of course. I would rather not speak with him again either.
He is odd.
Goodbye.
Good day, Goliath. She turns around.
Sorry, one more question. You recognize these burns?
What about them?
Does Shangri-La have the same?
Not on her arms.
Where?
When she was being fitted for her design, she had extensive scarring up and down her legs.
Thank you. Turn around.
Zara meets you kind of at the foot of the gate there.
How'd it go?
She knows much.
I had a feeling. Did you get what you needed?
I don't know yet.
Well, I hope she was helpful.
Let's
Let's make our way back, I suppose.
Sure.
And we will go briefly over to Crespo's shed in the back, where Orba has finished up identifying her item, able now to discern some of its properties, more familiar with it, what it's able to do.
Orba gets a big grin. I did it.
It worked.
Yeah? What is it?
I did it.
Okay.
I did it. I've never done it before, and I did it.
That's great.
Yeah. Okay.
Good job.
Thank you. It's very interesting. It looks like it would be primarily used in some kind of combat. I would have no purpose for it. To describe this item.
You can read it.
Thank you, because that's a whole other skill that I do not possess. So it's called the Shillelagh.
Yep.
Shillelagh cuffs. They require attunement. Once per day, you may cast the Shillelagh spell as a bonus action. The weapon you are holding is imbued with nature's power. For the duration, you can use your spell-casting ability instead of strength for the attack and damage rolls of melee attacks using that weapon. And the weapon's damage die becomes a d8. The weapon also becomes magical if it isn't already. The spell ends if you let go of the weapon. It doesn't mention the duration.
I will tell you.
Thank you.
So you have to have a weapon.
So you have to have a weapon.
It lasts for a minute, so 10
Cool.
rounds.
So you have to have a weapon.
It imbues the weapon with nature's power, so it becomes infused with a kind of power. It's for a spellcaster to be able to use a melee weapon effectively, because instead of using your strength or dexterity modifier, you get to use your spellcasting modifier, which is significantly better for most spellcasters, obviously.
You mean I could stab people and actually do
With a
something?
plus, what is
Whatever
your spell to
spellcasting
hit?
ability is.
My
To hit with
spell to hit is +6.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And it does
And you would be
1d8?
able to
And it
stab
would be
someone.
1d8 plus 6.
That's pretty good.
That's real good.
Magic dagger.
Magic dagger.
Haha.
Sounds a lot like you actually would be able to benefit from this, Tiefling.
Yes, actually, now that I'm fully comprehending its purpose. That's very
And
interesting.
dryads would be interested in this because it has some sort of nature purpose.
Well, I suppose if
perhaps they made it.
That could be. It has nature's power.
Perhaps they
so.
made it.
They made it, which is why they were feeling possessive. They kept saying, it's ours, leave it, leave it.
Do we know who requested this contract?
I do not believe I do. It was
you were
just
not
from the
gonna.
Broken Crown.
Well, that sounds pretty good for you, Tiefling.
I mean, I think it's up to you, Orba. If you
agree.
like, if it sounds like something you fancy, I don't think anyone else will probably benefit from it. So, if you like it, then you keep it. If you don't like it, then we give it back. It's alright.
I think about it.
I think it would still be good for Graven as well. Not that you guys were saying it might only be good for you, but I think it actually improves your weapon as well.
Yeah, a little bit. Like my mace would go from a +4 to a +5.
What's your mace damage?
1d6.
And it would be a d8. So
So it would do better.
And it's magical, so any attacks against things that are resistant to like a physical effect or
Would not be
Right.
not resistant.
Oh, like it hit spirits and stuff.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
It wouldn't change. It would still be bludgeoning.
It's
but
the same exact weapon, just magical, and now with a d8. It's the same type of damage as the initial weapon, as whatever weapon you are.
But what you're saying just then, like, if my mace is bludgeoning, I could hit a
it would be
spirit with
effectively the same as silver. Like it's magical, so you'd be able to hit a ethereal thing with a physical item. Yes.
I think about it. It's pretty cool, but I do feel bad keeping it away from its original makers. Not that we'll be traveling through the woods at any point soon, but...
Yeah, I mean, its original makers, to be fair, had it stolen and then, wanted people to steal it back from them for the, from the dryads. So, its original makers may not have been... It seems to have fallen into your hands, so,
Very diplomatic.
Doing some real mental gymnastics.
You know what? You keep it.
Just think about it. Shut up.
We just won't talk about it anymore.
Yes, I'm going to think about it. I'll also share it with Graven, because he could possibly benefit from this as well.
Yeah, definitely.
You
But
have
I
a chest,
The
yeah?
rings are normal, right?
Yes, all of the stuff that was actually in the chest when we first looked at it is all normal.
Orba has the chest?
Yeah, I'm assuming they left it here.
Yes,
so-
because she was identifying it, or magically detecting it.
So if anybody wants to try on this tiara, just for fun,
I mean,
it's pretty cool.
no.
And at this point, you hear knocking on the door of the shed.
I'll go to the door.
You open it up, and he's wiping his hands. You see Crespo's kind of bright face. Do you have a good night's sleep?
Yes.
Excellent.
Fine.
I'm glad to hear it. It's time to possibly vacate, if you don't mind, unless you're paying for another night.
Okay, yeah, we'll get out of your hair here,
Do
Crespo.
we need another night, or?
I mean, do we want
Do you
to
need another night?
We'll hold off for the moment, Crespo. We might come back later, okay?
Oh, actually, yes, I would like another night.
Okay.
And Orba will just pay for it.
Okay.
2 gold, yes?
Excellent.
We can pay back.
So not just passing through, spending a little time in Tuktu?
A little time it took to.
Apparently.
Can I ask where you're headed?
North.
Oh, well, I hope you know the way. It can be treacherous up north.
We do. Thanks.
Well, if you need to talk to anyone, you can go over to Frank Sobel's house.
What's that?
He describes it to you.
Yes.
Does it have a number on our
Yep,
map?
it is number 8 on the map.
Frank Sobel.
Sobel, S-O-B-O-L, Frank Sobel.
S-O-B.
S-O-B.
He's a former Broken Crown. He was an explorer. He knows the routes up north very well.
Oh, that's actually very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Of course. See you later this evening.
See you later. Goodbye.
Heads back towards the bar. Gold in hand. Sort of.
Gold for a shed for the night.
I mainly just wanted to have the shed for the day so that I could do my...
No, you're not wrong. He's just
Oh, so you can-
overcharged.
yes.
I don't want to run errands. I want to sit.
All right, I will. What do we need to know from Frank Sobel?
Well, we don't necessarily need to know anything, but if he...
Well, if we're traveling through the north, he could possibly help us
What I
discern which
would
direction
like to
go.
know from him, if you're gonna go there, is what routes we can take that might avoid, the obvious sort of. I don't know. I'm a ranger. I can get us through the woods.
All right,
but
then why don't you go talk to Mr. Sobel?
I've got other things to do.
All right, I'll go talk to Frank.
Fine, I'll talk to him.
Fine.
All right. So I'll start heading out.
Great. Orba sits down. Are you sort of taking this time now for your spells?
Yes.
Great.
Can I think about it over?
Yes, I guess.
Yeah.
So
But yes,
Orba starts to sit. She's sort of going through her spell book a little bit, comparing some of the notes and pages that she has as she starts to
has them all
see what she wants. Yeah, she
new
has them in
spell
kind of
book,
a semicircle
all spell book.
around on the floor.
Ha.
And Erland begins to head in the direction. You're heading over to Sobel.
I'm heading in the direction of Frank
Okay.
Sobel's.
Where are you actually headed?
I'm gonna sort of I'm walking along that road. I'm gonna head past it. I want to see the Broken Crown tent.
Okay, great. So you head past the...
Yeah, so I assume I see the Broken Crown tent.
Yes,
on the
as
right.
you see the sort of large portcullis that's closed on the left side, you see a number of black and purple tents that are set up sort of, it seems temporarily, but they're,
Do I see the medic tent that Travis mentioned?
Give me an investigation check.
For investigation? Mm-hmm. 14.
14. So you poke around and you see one Broken Crown tent that seems like it has crates of supplies. It's hard to tell if they're medical supplies. You don't see anything that's not affiliated with the Broken Crown.
Okay.
In that sort of temporary setup kind of way. Like he made it sound like there was a tent or something.
Okay. Do I see anything that so even if he was lying, do I see anything that sort of resembles is there walls here barricade? Because I'm right at the edge of the 4th precinct.
You mean the second precinct?
Sorry,
Between the 4th and 2nd. Yeah, there is walls surrounding the second precinct.
Are there anything that seem could potentially be a way through that he could be perhaps referencing?
That would be a much larger investigation. I mean, you can walk all the way along the
so
wall. You don't immediately see anything.
I'll go to
certainly.
the area where it seems like there's medical stuff.
Sure, yeah. You see a couple of Broken Crown people sort of taking inventory. It looks like they're shuffling. Immediately, it looks like there might be kind of bandages, foodstuffs, possibly things to sort of aid any sort of sick or ailing people. There's a couple of people.
Okay, and he said Okay. I'm gonna go up to one of the guys. Hi,
Can I help you?
yeah, do you know a Travis by any chance?
Travis, what?
I don't know, I only got his first name.
I'm not.
He said he worked here, couldn't have a
He's
laugh.
Broken Crown? Because we'd have that on the register.
I have no idea. I met him, he might have been having a laugh.
We really don't have time for this. There is a Travis on the register.
Allegedly, there's a Travis. I met a Travis.
Give me a second. And he goes back and can I take a look at the register for who's in Tuktu, 4th Precinct? Yeah. If he is, he's not Broken Crown. We have a list of all the names of Broken Crown here stationed here. No Travis.
Okay, can I describe what he looked like?
Sure.
And sort of say, do you know this man? Perhaps he'd give me a fake name.
I don't, but again, we're here temporarily. I don't normally work in the 4th Precinct.
Sure, alright. Thank you anyways.
Sure.
So I'm just gonna sort of start just like strolling south and just kind of like, I want to like look closer around that area.
Sure. You give it a good look. We'll lump this in with the other investigation. You certainly don't see anything that immediately matches the description of what Travis said that might be set up. I mean...
Okay, alright. Bastard.
Just take our money.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay. Are there any gates there that like seem to be a passage inward, or?
Well, there's a large closed gate.
That's what I
into
mean.
the
Like, so
second
there, that like by that.
like
Crown
where
area?
that road is on
Get back
the
to
south
the
end of that map. See, there's two roads leading.
I
Right
see.
where that door meets the edge of the 4th. That's where the big gate is leading into the 2nd Precinct.
Okay. I'll let that sit for a second then. And then I'll go to, I guess, Frank Sobel's.
All right, you wander over to Frank Sobel's. At the southern end of the 4th Precinct where you are, you make your way to the home of a man that apparently has many interests. In the front yard alone, you spot some straw targets for practicing archery, pins set up for a game of horseshoes, and what looks to be maybe a large butter churn. The windows on the front of the house are open, and inside you can see a young boy of perhaps 15, 16 years old, human, who looks to be in kind of deep concentration. He's kind of studying something and then taking down some notes on a piece of parchment. And the door is even cracked open. It seems like it's open for some people to enter into. You're there on the property.
Sorry, is there a man as well with the boy? I'm sorry.
Not that you can see. No.
I'm gonna go up, just go to the boy.
Push him, and he sort of looks up as you come through. Hello.
Hi, is this Frank Sobel's?
It is, yes. I'm his son.
Oh, we're staying with Crispo.
Sure, Crespo, yeah.
Yeah, he sent us. Sorry, he sent us over here to sent me over here to speak to Frank.
Yeah, my father's out of town at the moment.
Oh,
I'm in charge of the store.
where is he?
Well, my father was normally sort of a consultant for people heading up north. He knows all the good routes up there.
That's exactly why.
But somebody hired him to be their personal escort, and the money was too good, so he took it.
Do you know who this was?
I don't know.
Do you know what the person looked like? Who?
He describes his appearance. Doesn't sound like anyone you know. Said it was a half-elf man, older. It does not sound. The description does not sound like anyone that immediately.
How long ago was this?
2 days ago.
Oh, all right. Do you know anything about what sort of store is this?
Yes, and he sort of takes out and he sort of shows you what he's working on. He has maps in hand. He has a sort of a large, sort of very detailed map, and then some sheets that he looks like he's copying some of that information onto. To keep up with the house and things, I'm authorized to sell maps leading up north, the routes up there. You can take a look if you want. I can only give you a brief look, otherwise you gotta pay for it. And he sort of holds it up.
Memorize it.
Oh, so the
There's
maps
4 decent routes up north. My
to-
father's detailed all the ways up.
So it's just to Navikapura. North of that, you don't have maps of.
Well, that's the only really good routes from Tuktu to the north. From Navikapur, you can head up to Dillasoon if that's where you're headed.
Yes, but do you have maps heading from Navikapura to Dillasoon as well?
No.
All right. How much is it for a map to Navikapura?
10 gold.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
And takes out a copy and hands it over.
10 gold.
For a detailed map, that's not crazy. That does not strike you as an exorbitant cost for a
No.
Not
Whereas
Crispo
a silver
prices.
for a beer.
Crispo is the supreme.
Is there any other? I just don't want to take time to read. Is there any other information in addition to this that we should be aware of?
I'm sure my father could have told you that, but I don't know.
How old is this kid?
15, 16 years old.
Kill him.
I cast
Where's your fucking dad, kid?
Yeah, where's your dad?
Do you know where Stoddard Farm is in Tuktu?
Sure, yeah.
Where is that?
He describes the location to you. Stoddard Farm is number 2 on
On the little map.
Yeah, it was in the 4th.
That's
Yeah, you knew that
Farm?
Stoddard Farms was in, or just outside of the 4th precinct.
That's where Jillian popped out?
Yes.
Popped out.
Like a baby.
She said she was just outside the 4th district at Stoddard Farm.
Why is that used?
I don't know.
How long has the lockdown been?
It's been, what is it, 4 days now? 3-4 days?
All right, and
5 days?
there's no way into any of the other precincts.
Not unless you know somebody who's powerful, I guess.
Who would that be? Who could get you access to other precincts?
One of the principals?
Sure. Where's the what's the principal's name? Principal Taurus? Tonus? Principal Principal Tonus. Do you know where Principal Tonus resides or conducts business?
I know where he normally is in the 4th precinct, but right now all of the principals are called to the 1st district to discuss the lockdown. He hasn't been here for a few days now, at least.
Where is he not? Where's the the sort of city hall of the precinct, if you will?
There is no city hall really for the 4th precinct.
All right.
Just his house.
Oh, where's his house?
He describes where the house is. That is number 5.
Breaking and entering. Can you?
Like I said, you're welcome to try that, but he hasn't been there for a few days at least.
All right. I met a rather shady individual at a pub the other day who claimed to be named Travis. Is this a local swindler? Can I describe the look of the guy?
Yeah.
Is this a man who swindles people regularly?
I have no idea who that is. What did he say he did?
Oh, he tried to sell us. It seemed like he was trying to scam us, frankly.
What did he say that he could do?
He said he was offering us access into other precincts, but we declined, obviously.
Good luck with that.
Seems dangerous.
I hope you didn't give him your money.
No. We don't want to. It seems dangerous.
Yeah. Broken Crown would have your ass for that. Excuse me.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we didn't. Anyways, thanks for the map. I appreciate it, and I'll swing by if I have any further questions on it.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Erland exits. And with a map in hand of the routes north, and with much to discuss among the group, that is where we are
My
going to end
goodness.
this evening's.
What happened over there?
What is that?
What's that Venn diagram?
What is that?
It doesn't make a diagram.
I don't even want to know.
That is where we'll end it. Thank you guys so much for joining us. There's a lot of
Thank you.
exciting now in Tuktu information to digest and mull over.
A lot of reading.
Now, next week. We hope you all have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for joining us.
Woohoo. I'm sorry I was off chat for a very long time because I wasn't allowed to watch that shit.
Yes.
But if anybody subbed or followed, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I don't.
We'll
have
try
to
and
do
give a
it.
shout out if we saw. I wasn't paying attention to the monitor.
You weren't
so-
also looking right behind you.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
The whole time.
I have actually a whole list as well. That's all
Awesome.
we
We
were
have a lot of leads to follow and Tuktu.
Oh
A
my
lot
God,
of things
many
to follow
leads.
up on.
Oh my God.
And with that, we will bring our 50th episode.
Oh my
to a
goodness!
close. Congratulations, everybody. We're so happy to be on this journey with each other and with you.
Well done.
And we'll bring it back next week, same time, 7 o'clock. See what Tuktu has in store. Good night, everybody. Thanks so much.
Good night. Bye.
Thank you.